niggas tryna get it, yeah, bitch. Yeah, bitch. Hit that house, like, tell me, is you with it, yeah, bitch. Yeah, bitch. Home invasion was persuasive. From 9 to 5, I know it's vacant, yeah, bitch. Yeah, bitch. Dreams of living life like rappers do. Back when condom rappers wasn't cool. They wasn't. I fucked Shireen and went to tell my bros. Then Usher Raymond Let It Burn came on. Hot sauce all that night I rhyming, yeah, bitch. Park the car, then we start rhyming, yeah, bitch. The only thing we had to free our mind. Then freeze that verse when we see dollar signs. You looking like an easy come up, yeah, bitch. A silver spoon, I know you come from, yeah, bitch. And that's a lifestyle that we never knew. Go at a revenue for the revenue.
Go Halle Berry or hallelujah. Pick your poison, tell me what you doing. Everybody go respect the shooter, but the one in front of the gun lives forever.
The one in front of the gun forever.
And I've been hustling all day, this away, that away, through canals and alleyways, just to say, money trees is the perfect place for shade, and that's just how I feel. Nah, $8 might just fuck your main bitch, that's just how I feel. Nah, $8 might say fuck them niggas that you game with, that's just how I feel. Nah, $8 might just make that lane switch, that's just how I feel. Nah, $8 might turn to $1 million and we all rich, that's just how I feel.
Dreams of living life like rappers do. Bump that new E40 after school. You know big ballin' with my homies.
Jesus be ballin'.
Back to reality, we pour, yeah, bitch. Another casualty at war, yeah, bitch. 2 bullets in my Uncle Tony head. He said one day I'll be on tour, yeah, bitch. That Louis burgers never be the same. A Louis Belder never ease that pain. But I'ma purchase when that day is jerking. Pull off at churches with Pirelli skirting. Gang signs out the window, yeah, bitch. Hoping all of them offend you, yeah, bitch. They say your hood is a pot of gold. And we go crash it when nobody's home.
Halle Berry or hallelujah. Pick your poison, tell me what you do. Everybody go respect the shooter, but the one in front of the gun lives forever.
The one in front of the gun forever.
And I've been hustling all day, this away, that away, through canals and alleyways, just to say, money trees is the perfect place for shade, and that's just how I feel. Nah, $8 might just fuck your main bitch, that's just how I feel. Nah, $8 might say fuck them niggas that you game with, that's just how I feel. Nah, $8 might just make that lane switch, that's just how I feel. Nah, $8 might turn to $1 million and we all rich, that's just how I feel.
Be the last one out to get the stove. No way, love one of you bucket-headed hoes. No way, hit the streets and we break the code. No way, hit the brakes when they on patrol. No way, be the last one out to get the stove. No way, love one of you bucket-headed hoes. No way, hit the streets and we break the code. No way, hit the brakes when they on patrol. No way.
Imagine rock up in them projects where them niggas pick your pockets. Santa Claus don't miss them stockings. Liquor spilling, pistols popping, baking soda, y'all whipping. Ain't no turkey on Thanksgiving. My homeboy just domed a nigga. I just hope the Lord forgive him. Pots with cocaine residue. Every day I'm hustling. What else is a thug to do when you eat cheese from the government? Gotta provide for my daughter and them. Get the fuck up out my way, bitch. Got that drum and I got them bands just like a parade, bitch. Drop that work up in the bushes. Hope them boys don't see my stash. If they do tell the truth, this the last time you might see my ass. From the gardens where the grass ain't cut, them serpents lurking blood. Bitches selling pussy, niggas selling drugs, but it's all good. Broken promises, still your watch and tell you what time it is. Take your J's and tell you to kick it where a falaka is. In the streets with a heater under my dungarees. Dreams of me getting shaded under a money tree.
Halle Berry or hallelujah. Pick your poison, tell me what you do. Everybody go respect the shooter, but the one in front of the gun lives forever.
The one in front of the gun forever.
And I've been hustling all day, this away, that away, through canals and alleyways, just to say, money trees is the perfect place for shade, and that's just how I feel.
Kendra, just bring my car back, man. I called in for another appointment. I figured you weren't going to be back here on time anyway. Look, shit, I just want to get out the house, man. This man is on one. He feeling good. And a motherfucker. Shit, I'm trying to get my thing going, too. I'm going to Merlin house. Just bring my car back. Shit, he made it. He feeling good. Look, listen to him.
Got a big old fat ass, girl. Girl, I want your body. I want your body, cause of that big old fat ass, girl.
See, he as hell. Shit, he ain't even tripping off them dominoes no more. Just bring the car back.
Did somebody say dominoes?
Crush a bit, little bit, roll it up, take a hit, feeling lit, feeling right, 2 a.m. summer night, I don't care, hand on the wheel, driving drunk, I'm doing my thing, rolling the mid beside and now, living my life, getting out dreams, people told me slow my roll, I'm screaming out, fuck that, I'ma do just what I want, looking ahead, no turning back, if I fall, if I die, know I lived it to the fullest, if I fall, if I die, know I lived and missed some bullets. I'm on the pursuit of happiness, and I know everything that shine ain't always gonna be gold. Hey, I'll be fine once I get it. I'll be good. I'm on the pursuit of happiness, and I know everything that shine ain't always gonna be gold. Hey, I'll be fine once I get it. I'll be good. Tell me what you know about dreaming, dreaming. You don't really know about nothing, nothing. Tell me what you know about the night terrors every night. 5 a.m. cold sweats waking up to the sky. Tell me what you know about dreams, dreams. Tell me what you know about night terrors, nothing. You don't really care about the trials of tomorrow. Rather lay awake in the bed full of sorrow. I'm on the pursuit of happiness, and I know everything that shine ain't always gonna be gold. Hey, I'll be fine once I get it. I'll be good. I'm on the pursuit of happiness, and I know everything that shine ain't always gonna be gold. Hey, I'll be fine once I get it. I'll be good. I'm on the pursuit of happiness. I know everything that's shining always gold. I'll be fine once I get it. I'll be good.
Happy Tuesday, everyone. Happy Tuesday, boys and boys. And boys. It is Tuesday. I know I'm early.
I'm on the pursuit of happiness, and I know everything that shine ain't always gonna be gold. Hey, I'll be fine once I get it. I'll be good.
Okay.
I'm on the pursuit of happiness, and
All right.
I know everything
Oh,
that shine
what
ain't
the
always
hell?
gonna be gold. Hey, I'll be fine once I get it. I'll be good.
Uh-oh. can hear myself. Now I've got it. How we doing? How's it going? Everyone? Ahem. Guys, I will be here for the Broadway drama, so if anyone can shoot me a message when that starts.
LA Noir tonight.
Oh. Hello. RJ, thank you for the 20 months. Katie, thank you for the 25 months. Unfortunately, there's Broadway drama. It pains me. It's paining me. I'm in pain.
Every second, every
We'll get to
minute,
that.
Man, I swear that
We
she
will.
can get it. Say if you a bad bitch, put your hands
TTS keeps scaring TF out of me, Monka.
Monka, oh my god. Yeah, I know. It's scaring the shit out of me too. Because it went from not working to now it does this. And I don't know how to control any of it.
I recognize your fragrance. Hold up, you ain't never
Let me
gotta
try
say
one thing.
shit.
Hold on a second.
And I know you taste this a little bit.
I don't-
high maintenance. Everybody else basic. You live life on an everyday basis with poetic justice.
Do, 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 do. Okay, let me see what is happening here. Uno second. Uno secondo.
I can't get enough of you.
How do I...
Leave it all to bloom. You were right.
Okay, what if I do that?
I know I can't get enough of you. No, the things that I would do under the water.
Okay. I'm turning things down and seeing if that will fix the jump scare.
Floating on nothing. Arms are wide open. I'm calling out your name. Sitting and waiting. I'm waiting.
My God. What the? What? Holy Toledo. Chin Bonda. I think this is the first 100 gifted subs I have gotten since that one chatter gifted me 100 subs, and I wanted to say thank you, so I started singing, and then they said, please stop. They gifted another 100 subs for me to stop singing. Honestly, very iconic of them. Shin Bonda, thank you so much. Love Caroline hates subs. Oh, that's so kind. 100 subs, my God. Thank you so much. We're just starting off the stream. Hogan, thank you for the gifted sub
Quinn
house.
Farley dance.
Oh my God, why is it so loud?
Testing, are the alerts still eardrum breaking?
So loud. I don't know why. Okay, what if I try?
Love you, Carolyn and chat. Best community on Twitch, and there is no other even close.
Like
Thanks
I'm-
for being you, Caroline, and all the fabulous content. Gwen give love, Quan heart. Gwen give love.
I'm so glad my TTS works now, but also it's very loud and I don't know how. There's so much stimulation happening right now. Ah! Ah! Bolt Slice, thank you for the 25 months. Hannah, thank you for the 18 months.
Queen.
Bodsweem, thank you for the 12 months. I am stimming right now. Nikki, thank you for the 21. Stranded Shiro, thank you for the 8 months. AZ Packer, thank you for the 5 months. Heidi, thank you for the 6 months. Okay. Wait, is it louder on my end? Because it is it not obnoxiously loud for you guys? If it's not, then it's fine. I mean, it's better. I don't understand where. It's pretty loud, but not too crazy. Okay. Yeah, it's like in my head, so I don't want it to be super distracting for you guys, but let's see. General save. Okay, what if I go here? Okay. All right. I turned volumes down, but also this shit never works, so who knows? Can I ask for a video? Ignore the first Rick roll part. Ignore the first Rick roll part. Oh. Oh. I was like, wait, are you Rick rolling me, but you want me to ignore the Rick roll? Skeletor, thank you for the gifted sub. I'm never gonna give you up. Oh shit. Why do things just hit different when it's Japanese? I'm never gonna give you up, never gonna let you I'm not gonna hurt you. Say goodbye. Oh, you guys can't hear it. You can't hear shit. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't know what's happening with sound today. Uh-oh, just like Patti LuPone and the production of Hell's Kitchen, we got sound issues. If you know what I'm talking about. Bossa Nova Babe, thank you for 20 months. Ectozoologist, thank you for the gifted sub. I'm never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down. I got that one, Caroline. I'm here for you, girl. Round and hurt you. I love how everyone in this chat will go weeb alert, weeb alert, weeb alert, like y'all in here are not weebs. Like y'all in here do not watch anime. Everyone loves to point a finger and go weeb alert, weeb alert. Oh yeah, now we got people being like, I don't. They're like, actually, I hate Japan. I'm anti all that. Oh, okay. Please. Stop it. Wait, one more thing. Hold on a second. All right. Hello. Ah! Okay, stay. Be good. Be good. Hello. Stop it. Stop. Stop. Okay. I know. Shoot. Shoot. Why is it getting worse? Okay. First time. Hi everyone. Welcome to my first stream. I have been streaming for over 2.5 years, but this is my first stream, and welcome in. I hope that everything goes well. I hope you enjoy your time here, and I hope that you come back. Thank you. I'm going to change my go live notification. First stream ever. First stream ever. Little Brassy Atlas, thank you for the 29 months. Welcome to Twitch. Thank you so much. Yeah. I'm really excited to be here. Can you recreate this in the Megan box? Oh my God.
My mom didn't want me to go to the prom being pregnant. I went anyway, and I got prom queen. I'm a pregnant princess. So what do y'all think about that?
What do y'all think about that?
Barbie doll.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
If I'm pregnant don't mean I ain't a Barbie doll. They say it ain't cool to get pregnant while you're in school, but I got to be a princess.
Okay, Queen.
Princess. So, really, I don't promote stuff like that, but it's just a joke. But pregnant princess Barbie. I'm a little Barbie doll, and I'm a princess.
I'm a pretty princess.
What do y'all think about that? Pregnant princess Barbie doll.
What do y'all think about that? No, this is not AI.
So pretty. I still have to be a princess. Anyway, pregnant princess Barbie doll.
Yeah, Slay Queen. Honestly, no one's ever looked better as a pregnant princess. By the way, you guys, so you know how I tried to set up the prank and scare everyone? Well, it didn't scare people when I had intended to, but the last 2 days there have been multiple scares because Megan, I put Megan in a chair at the dining table. And then I also found Carol. So I put Carol next to Megan. And then when I went out, I had to go out. I came back and my sister Liz, she tried to do a little prank then. And she put Megan's arms around Carol's neck like they're already fighting, you know. But anyway, there have been multiple instances that when my sisters were still here, we would come back or one of them, they'd be in bed and go to get a glass of water and it'd be dark out. And just seeing Megan and Carol sitting at the dinner table was like where the fear was struck inside of us. Found Carol is a terrifying sentence. Yeah, so she has been scaring the shit out of us, but just not when I had planned on her to do so. Carol came out to play. Yes, I was sitting with my girls yesterday at the table. I had Megan sitting here and I had Carol sitting here, and I held hands with them, and then I sent a picture to Sam. And honestly, I feel like nothing I do anymore causes anyone to react. Like, she didn't even react to it. Like, I guess this is just so normal now. This kind of stuff is not surprising anybody. So, I don't know. Why am I like this? I don't know.
Carol with the welcome home. Wait.
My goat is washed. I know.
Someone needs to put Carol on this image. Someone needs to put Carol on this image. Holy shit.
Welcome home, cheater. Also, I told Will about my rankings where I put Pervy Yoda, Barnaby, and then Tifa, and then Barbara, and then Megan, and then Carol. And he goes, I noticed that you put all mine at the bottom. And I said, yes, I guess I did. But I stand by it. I stand by Will's 3 being at the bottom of the Avengers list of who would win in a fight. Cool Bean, thank you for the 5 months. Also, some very based on Sam making an IG story saying, have you ever crashed out for 50 hours and made a Minecraft video? She may have just not been in the right frame of mind. No, but I also think nothing I do surprises her at all. Like, she just looks at it and goes, yeah, no, that makes sense. Okay, so I have to tell you about these witch messages. So first, my sister texted me in our sister group chat and sent a screenshot of a DM that she had gotten from Donna. From Donna. Donna, hey! Looking for help, please. Will you help please me? Will you help me get this message to Caroline Kwan for Will Neff, William Savage Evers Neff, for OTK members, AMP members, Beta Squad members. Who's Beta? I don't know. Sidemen members. Who's Sidemen? IShowSpeed, Mr. Beast, and Logan Paul. I'm urgently searching for any info on witchcraft/magic that has the ability to hurt a person, in parentheses, victim, in the following manner. I am writing as a present victim of this witchcraft/magic and am hence desperately asking for help. Please message me, phone number, if you know anything about this, even if you are only able of one of the points below. Okay. And then let me read some of those, because then apparently they also messaged Sam. So they sent this message to my sister and then also to Sam as a way to get a hold of me, to get a hold of Will for these various groups. Okay. So here are the points that we need to be aware of. See everything in the victim's brain, from his or her memories, thoughts, and knowledge to active thoughts that the victim has in real time. Limit the victim from fully accessing his or her brain, therein rendering the victim unable to think fully coherently as himself or herself. Like, are these things that she wants to, Donna, or whoever the fuck this is trying to do? Like, this is part of the witchcraft? Control the victim's body movements. Either block the victim from crying or force the victim to cry. Force the victim to sweat, induce physical pain in the victim. Manipulate how the victim feels, what the victim thinks, and even input dreams into the victim's brain. Make the victim feel vibrations in his or her surroundings. I know it isn't easy to believe, but I am a present victim of this witchcraft/magic. Oh, and am genuinely begging for help. Please help me, and at the same time ensure that nobody else can ever be victimized by this witchcraft ever again. Okay, so this person, Donna, is the victim of this witchcraft that they don't want anyone else to be the victim of, and so they need to reach out to me to get to Will on behalf of OTK, AMP, Beta Squad, Sidemen, IShowSpeed, Mr. Beast, and Logan Paul. Are we sure that all the names in there we don't want to be victims of witchcraft? Are we sure? Anyway. Please help me ensure no one will be victimized by this witchcraft/magic again. Not you, your loved ones, nor anyone else. Is this the new, like, Nigerian prince thing? If you or anyone around you has any info about the above witchcraft/magic, please message me. Again, I would really appreciate if you could share this with other people you know so there's a higher chance for this witchcraft/magic to be found. Please. Okay.
Let's go.
Why would streamers know anything about witchcraft? I think I know a little bit. I know. I think then help her. I feel like I'd be a person to come to about something like this, you know? I do have a voodoo doll. I got a voodoo doll when I was down in New Orleans in college. And I genuinely tried to use it. Not like for real, but I kind of tried to convince myself that it could work. Of who? Well, I don't think this really works this way, but I got a voodoo doll that was kind of a generic one. So I would envision, I would basically just say out loud who I wanted it to be, and then I would do voodoo. You remind me of the Babe. What Babe? The babe with the voodoo, hoodoo, you do remind me of the babe. Wait, what about Club? Do you think this was planted by Simone? Let's see. Oh, wait, is this related to the voodoo? Hold on a second. I'll look at this in a moment. So anywho, this person sent this message to my sister and to Sam. So now I feel like I'm involved. Now I'm in it. But now I'm also kind of like, maybe it's time for me to return to witchcraft. Because there are some people who I would like to cast a spell on. So I actually feel inspired by this message that I would like to... I would like to get back into witchcraft. Caroline's Coven, that's right. A little 444, yes. Light as a feather, stiff as a board. Honestly, why the fuck not? Why the fuck not? You know, why the fuck not? With everything going on in the world, why wouldn't I get into witchcraft? Is this a scam? And what would even be the scam? I don't know. It's probably someone who is sadly suffering from a psychotic break, but it has inspired me because I look around and I go, you know, I think I do need to cast a spell. A spell that is a bad spell on quite a few people. Ahem. You already got the Jesus chatters coming in here anyway. Might as well give them something to do. Yes, that way too, I would have more Jesus chatters coming in being like, I heard that this was the witchcraft stream, and I am here to tell you about the devil. And I'd be like, oh, I already know about the devil. Oh, I already know. Well, so that would mean that they would have forgotten about being possessed, are being possessed to send that message, and are asking for help would be antithetical to what they said. Masterful logic. You need to show them what actual witchcraft looks like. Yes. Since you actually grew up Catholic, I'm shocked. My grandpa was Catholic. I don't mess with any of this. Oh, this was when I was in college, though, and when I was in my... I was, like, smoking weed. I was in my... kind of having a moment with a bunch of different types of beliefs. I dabbled for a moment in Buddhism and in Jainism. I thought like maybe I would get into a little bit of the occult. I was in my practical magic phase. Yeah. Witchcraft was one of those beliefs. You know, when you're in college and you're just kind of trying stuff out. We need to recruit witch talk girlies before they fall down the Brett Cooper Candace Owens pipeline. I know. I fear it probably has already happened. What type of witchcraft? It was like basic. It was not anything. It was not anything intense. Like, I think I had a book. I had my voodoo doll. I think I had like a witchcraft for beginners. Witchcraft for beginners. You know, witchcraft for dummies type book. I did have tarot cards. I had tarot cards. I had a Ouija board. What is Jainism? If it's a Jane Fonda cult that I'm in, it's not. But if there's a Jane Fonda cult, I would become a member. But Jainism is a religion in India, but it centers entirely around the principle of nonviolence, which, yeah, I'm totally down with. And in college, I went, oh, this seems right up my alley. I am preaching about, I am like anti-war, anti-violence, etc. Except the problem was in Jainism, there's the belief that everything is interconnected. So like every single living thing has equal weight. So if you were to kill a bug, it's like you were committing murder. And we all know I hate bugs. So I was like, oh no, I don't think that I can do that anymore. Like, you can't slap a mosquito. No. No, I mean, it's a really beautiful concept, right? It's a beautiful principle around this belief in everything being interconnected. All living things are interconnected, that it is truly a principle of total nonviolence. Which then, remember, I was in my era of like punching men in bars when they would sexually harass women. So I think as a Janist, I would not be allowed to do that. As a Janist, even if a man deserved it, I would not be able to do violence. Yes. So anyway, it's not something that I lasted long in. Let me back up a second before people are like, hold on. I may be getting this wrong. And if anyone is an actual Janist, I am so sorry. Maybe I am wrong in that it's not equal weight, but it is, you must avoid causing harm to all living beings, which means a plant or an insect, right? So you also have to, I think you had to strictly be a vegetarian, which I also was not going to be able to do. Wait, hold up. How many dudes? First time chat. Hold on. I'm new to this stream. Wait, hold up. How many dudes have you decked low-key dope? So by the time I decided I needed to stop getting in fights. No, you're pretty much right. Okay. Well, that's probably why I didn't become a Janist. When I finally decided that I was going to stop fighting, I think I had been in like 10 fights. But then I had made this decision before I started working in nightclubs. So on my 23rd birthday, I told my friends that I was no longer going to get in fights. And then I was good for a while, like a year, and then I started working in nightclubs. So what was I supposed to do? It's like a given that you'll get in fights working in clubs. You know? LOLs, you should, queen. Well, it kind of started to be a problem though, because I had this like Batman vigilante mindset where I would go out and be like, yeah, who's gonna fuck with me? And it was also one of those where it just kind of started to cause problems. You were saving civilians. It started to cause some issues. My friends would be like, we don't really want to go out with you because we're scared about what will happen. Sorry, unrelated, but did nightclubs pay good money? Not when I was working as a hostess and a bouncer. No, they did not. When I was a bottle service waitress, I made good money in tips. Did Will ever get into fights in the club? No. Not that I recall. There's too much scum and villainy in the world. Yes, that is true. That is true. How many dudes did you punch in the club? There were quite, so I punched more people when I wasn't working in a club. When I worked in the clubs, it was more of like having to throw people over a rope or having to just like get into a situation. I got punched more when I was working in clubs. Hello? Hi. Because I think I would have lost my job if I was just throwing punches first. So I kind of had to be I ended up having to take more hits working in clubs because of having to resolve situations by not being the first person to throw a punch. I think you just like getting into fights. Honestly, back in the day, I kind of did. In my early 20s, yes, I felt like I had a lot of rage in me. I had a lot of anger, a lot of rage. And when I would get drunk, that rage would come out in the form of, oh, here's a dude who just grabbed my friend's ass. Here's a guy who's like, you know, doing some shit, and the rage would come out. I'm also Irish. That is true. The most chill I've ever been on a club night. Yeah, this was just an average Thursday night. Have you ever thought about kickboxing? Well, I did do that in college. I started doing boxing because it helped me take out a lot of the rage that I felt. But then it also made me feel like, oh, I'm a boxer now. I would do like workout boxing classes and kickboxing, which was good until then I would be drunk and the training would kick in. Chap, I'd be in a fight that includes starting at least one bar fight, not just a 1v1. Yeah. You seem chill now. I'm pretty chill. I mean, I don't get drunk and go to bars and get in brawls anymore, but I feel as if the way that I express my rage and how I try and do justice is differently now, right? It's like I will use my platform. Well, if you grabbed your friend's ass, then you assaulted your friend, so does a self-defense. I'm a vegan pacifist, and I was slapping men who would touch me, so that is proved. Thank you, Cheesy Bunny. Yeah, that's how I felt, too. But I started getting this mentality of, like, when I would go out, I would almost, like, want someone to fuck with me, which was not good. But now, I try and use my platform to fight against injustice. So, I am no longer an individual out in the world throwing punches as a way to, in my mind, achieve any sense of justice. You just called Chessie Bunny. My bad. I called a vegan cheesy. There's vegan cheese. Sorry, Chessie Bunny. All right. Anyway. Engineering a situation at TwitchCon where I can see Caroline fight. If I have to, I will. But it's one of those where, like, only if I would be really in a situation that it would call for me to return to where I came from. Hogan, thank you for the gifted Parliament. Thank you for the 14 months. Gutter Bean, thank you for 9 months. Ooh, cast a hex on me. Maybe we do a stream one day. Where I cast spells. I'm like, who in chat wants me to cast a spell on them? You see how no major A-listers showed up at the AMAs? Okay, so what happened with the AMAs, which first of all, shout out to Cutie. She looked amazing. She's so stupid, though, because she called me when she was picking out a dress and she was panicking. And we decided silver dress, silver necklace, slay. And I texted her and I said, it looks so good. And then I called her afterwards and I was like, it looks so good. She was like, I'm like, no, it looked so good. Shut up. Just accept it. So anyway, what happened with the AMA is that it was supposed to be in October. It got moved to May 26th. It is almost June. It is halfway through 2025. So all of the nominations were for music and artists last year. So because of that, and because the Grammys already happened, and the Grammys are obviously the biggest show in music, May is usually the Billboard Awards too. Yes. So a number of really big artists, like pretty much every female artist who had been nominated, didn't come. I mean, there were still celebrities there, like certainly, but I think the AMAs being moved was a main reason that a lot of people who were nominated decided not to go. In a way, we're like, these people will go to the Grammys, but we'll skip something like the AMAs.
Cut out 90% of the major categories because none of the nominees bothered to show up.
Yeah, it's tough though when you move the date.
Influence, they're thinking they're getting in for a treat.
Taylor, Ariana, Sabrina, and Kendrick losing all their awards. Yeah, that wasn't fan voted. Yeah. Comstar, thank you for the 24 months. Weatherboxer, thank you for the 7. Geralt de Rivia, thank you for the 6 months. What's my signature slug and move? Just across. Also, I think this is kind of an issue with award shows in general. Like, not wanting to just single out the AMAs, but there are so many award shows now. And in general, I mean, the Oscars for a while, viewership was going like that. I think it went back up a little bit, but it's still kind of the heyday of viewership for these major award shows has passed, which is why I think bringing in a platform like Twitch, having digital media creators being a part of these shows to bring more eyes to them, people who would not normally watch these shows, who are tuning in because their favorite streamers are watching. I mean, Kai was streaming at the AMAs. Those are people who would never fucking watch that show. People who tuned into Cutie's stream yesterday, those are people who would not be watching the AMAs, but they're watching because of their streamer. So this is the pitch that I've been trying to make for the last 2 years in Twitch having a presence at something like a major award show in the entertainment industry. Did you see that guy ask Kai about Kanye? No. No. He had a Nazi stream sniped him at the AMAs. Somebody sent me the clip. Let me see. How did he get there? Who was he? Also, half the AMAs was honoring the troops. Oh. Okay, let me see.
Man, looking good over
How you doing, bro? Nice to meet you.
Man, good to see you.
Hi.
Hey, Sarah, it's
Hi. I'm out.
Hey,
How you
wait a
doing?
minute. Who let this guy in here?
Yeah.
Hey, where's Kanye at? We want to say we love Ye. We love Ye for being outspoken regardless, because it's America, and I think it's a great thing to live in a free country. Don't you? I think it's a free.
What a freak, dude. The look Kai gives in that moment of, okay, here we go. We got a Nazi.
Country.
So you really hopped on my stream, knowing my influence.
Yeah.
So come on here and say that.
I think he's a great guy that at the end of the day, you having a dialogue with him.
And that's what I'm going to say. I think I want to protect my energy.
Yeah. Well, I think you letting him talk is a good thing.
But no, I'm going to politely ask you, get out of here, guys.
Yeah.
Well, we think it's good to have free opinions.
I get
God
it,
bless
but
you, Kai.
I don't want that. Whatever you got going on, you deal with that. Thank you for your
Who the
service.
fuck is that? What? Wait, also, I'm sorry. How gross is this, him using his kid?
Good to see you.
Hi.
Hey, Sarah, it's
How gross is this, him using his child his child to like get in here. The thank you for your service pivot. Bro, this... Yeah, well, he's not the only Nazi who likes using his child as a shield. Cough Elon Musk, okay? Honestly, Kai handled this really well. This is... yeah, I mean... What a jarring moment. Because, first of all, who is this guy? Is this some random guy who just paid for a ticket to be there? Right? And then it's like, second of all, it's in front of the child. So it's not just telling this guy off, it's telling him off in front of his kid who he brought there as a prop. Yeah, I mean, this is why when someone does some shit like Kanye West, you got to denounce it right away. You know, denounce it so that you do not have Nazis thinking that you're cool with shit. Because it's like he was supposed to do a stream with Kanye and then the stream was canceled. So maybe this dude here didn't pick up on the fact that Kanye and Kai are not, they're not buddies. Like they're not collabing because Kanye is putting out songs like Heil Hitler. Anyway, I think this is, look, what I want to say is more of this, please. More of not being afraid to, for all streamers, not being afraid to denounce somebody who is a bad person. Like someone who is harmful and is doing bad things. Just be like, I don't fuck with that. Mm-mm. Give it 20 years, that kid will be streaming talking shit on her dad. Oof. Ew, and look at him in like, what is this? Trying to do this look that he has. Does he think he's like punk? Is he one of those Nazis who's trying to do punk aesthetics? They're like, yeah, you know how Nazis are punk? No. Or the Chris Angel look. Dark MAGA. Ugh. JD's, thank you for the 3 months. Yeah, I mean, it's been really, like, what I will say is it's been very disappointing to see DDG show up. Wait, it's DDG. Yeah, DDG show up all over the place. It's like, you guys... Do I have to explain again? That when somebody gets a restraining order, they don't just hand those out like it's communion, okay? You have to provide evidence in order to obtain something like that. So I wish not only would people look at the behavior of DDG prior to this restraining order being obtained, where just that behavior in and of itself was so gross and inappropriate and whack, but then the restraining order on top of it and the allegations of being abusive to the mother of his child. He was being a creep too, like he was only there to flirt with women, even tried weird shit with Extra Emily. Fork found in kitchen. He can make his child custody disappear. And you know what's amazing too? So many comments about how, okay. I saw so many comments supporting DDG saying he has a child. And so in that sense, being, treating Hallie as if she were being a bad mom and a bad person by keeping her child from DDG, which she's not. She has not said, no, you can never see your child again, to be clear. But it's like, oh, okay. So actually, yes, he has a child, which makes this a really extra terrible situation, because it's not just Hallie who's involved here, it's also their child. Do you think that it is good for a child to be in a situation where one of their parents is abusive to their other parent? I work for a law firm that frequently deals with restraining orders, and it's often frustratingly difficult to get a restraining order, even if there are very clear reasons for it. Yes. And if you are a person who has, God forbid, ever been in a situation like this, you know that it is not easy, especially when a child is involved, right? It's like people acting as if the child means that DDG should not only not have to have any type of restraining order against him, but that he should be supported as a father. And it's like, not if you are not acting in a safe way, if you are not creating a safe environment for your child. I grew up in an abusive home, and watching what my mom went through has wreaked havoc on mine and my siblings' mental health and how we view relationships. I feel so bad for their kid. Yes, anybody who grew up around abuse when you were a child, you know that like it impacted you. That's not something that you didn't not see. So it's why, especially if there is a child involved, then there have to be legal matters. There have to be legal steps taken, because it's not just about, it's not just about the, whoever's being, whatever parent or, adult is the victim of abuse. And oftentimes too, it's not just the adult who's being abused, it's also the child. Not saying that in terms of this situation here, but either way, that is not a safe environment for a child to be in. It's sick. He fake reacted to finding out about the restraining order live on stream. He didn't say her name in order to comply with the restraining order. The whole thing is very, the whole thing is really awful, and I am so exhausted by my Twitter timeline just nonstop being tweets in support of DDG. Well, who is DDG? Doo-doo garbage. Doo-doo garbage. Anyway, all right, we got some stuff to talk about today. Here's what we're going to talk about today. Did you ever see the videos where he talked to an AI version of Hallie in a really bizarre way? No. I did not.
Where's Halo at?
What the fuck?
What do you mean? He's sleeping, he's in bed RN.
Give me my fucking son back.
What the fuck?
Why are you acting like this? What have I ever done for you to act like I'm some sort of monster that would keep your son from you?
Because you don't know how to respect me and you disrespect me in public over a fucking Usher concert. Where is my son at? I'm taking my son. Where is Halo at?
This is really bizarre. This is really fucking bizarre.
I don't want anyone but you.
Okay, well, this is gonna happen. How about with Halo, I keep him. How about we go to court about Halo and I put you on child support? Let's do that.
This is like take my I feel fucked up watching this. Please, this is not normal, okay? I just want to make it so clear that this is not normal and this should not be normalized. This is really, really weird.
Son away from me because I won't block Usher on
Tavia. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Witchcraft now. Okay, that's why I need to return. I need to return.
Instagram. You gotta be joking, right? Please tell me you're not serious, RN.
I'm dead ass serious. You know that I don't play.
And this is the hill you are willing to die on? You'll take my son away and try to make me pay you child support because I won't block Usher on one of my socials for no reason?
That's exactly what the fuck I said. So block his.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, this is like, to me, shows that everything he does is to try and manipulate his audience into seeing him as a victim of evil Hallie. So that way they're always on his side. But like, nobody in his audience recognizes how fucking weird this is to be talking to an AI version of the mother of his child, right? Where they'll look at this and go, oh yeah, she's a bitch. Yeah. It's AI! Oh my God. Like trying to even manipulate an AI. What the fuck? What the fuck? This is one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. Mind you, this was how he was talking about their son when they were in a relationship. It was AI. He was trying to play it off as a joke, saying he'd take their son away and put her in child support. He probably talks reckless like this behind closed doors too. Yeah, he wants to control, like Wait, see? Oh my God, this can't be real. This cannot be real. This comment, oh my God. This is just further proof that she's been doing this for a long time. This can't be real. No. 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 Ain't no way. This is exactly what I was talking about. Oh my God. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Hassle, 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 hassle.
Meanwhile, all it shows to court is that he's losing his mind to a fucking AI program and is purposely endangering the mother of his child. Like, yeah, this shit, by the way, here's the thing, okay? This might work with his audience online. He might have a lot of support from people who will support him no matter what he does. But Hallie was given a restraining order against him, which means it does not matter how people feel online, on the internet. She provided enough evidence to show that he is abusive towards her and therefore needs a restraining order. And all of this shit that he does not look good to a judge. So I think it's not to say that like legal matters never are impacted by what happens in the in the general public, but as far as Twitter not being real life, we have to remember that, okay? Is that a judge is not going to have a judge is not going to be like, ooh, I'm a big fan of DDG, and so no, I'm not going to give you this restraining order despite the evidence. Now, let me say again, it's not to say that the legal system is not riddled with bullshit, and there is a reason why it is hard to obtain something like a restraining order in an abusive situation because of the burden of proof that is required. I just want to point out, though, that I think it's important to be like, okay, what you see, how people react online is not going to be the same as to what happens in a legal court. about the arguments that are used to defend someone like DDG. Ay. Coletti, thank you for the 10 months. Hassan's are the deal. Thank you for the 14. Bouillon, thank you for the 5 months. JD's, thank you for the 3 months. Okay. Anywho, since we were talking about the AMAs, I did want to talk about this moment here. I want to talk about this. I want to talk about Cannes Film Festival and the kind of the politics of Cannes Film Festival. A lot of people who were there who've been reporting on Cannes Film Festival, which just wrapped up, and the top award was given to Jafar Panahi, who we will talk about as well. He is an Iranian filmmaker who's been banned from making films because of his political speech, both in his films and just him as him as a filmmaker and also just him as a person. So that was a really big moment there. I want to talk about just kind of the politics at a festival like Cannes. But let's start off by looking at what happened. Why are people talking about Shaboozey? So here's the moment.
Country music has
This is Shaboozey and Megan Moroney. They are presenting Favorite Country Duo or Group Award this was at the AMAs last night.
Important part of AMA history. The very first year of this show, the award for favorite male country artist went to the great Charlie Pride.
That same year, favorite female artist went to Lynn Anderson, and this award went to the Carter family, who basically invented country music.
This
Okay. That is a crazy thing to say. And I am so glad that Shaboozey side-eyed the fuck out of that comment. Of course, a white person in country would attribute country music to the Carters, a white family. If you do not know the Carters, you may know June Carter, Cash, who was married to Johnny Cash. So June Carter, Cash, was originally June Carter. Now, okay, you know what? Actually, let me take that back. Let me take that back. You're right. She did not read that. So what I want to do is I want to amend and say, of course, she would not recognize why that was just blatantly a false statement and also absolutely erasing the history of Black and African contributions to the genre of country music in a way that Shaboozey immediately clocked. So whoever wrote the script, whoever put it on the teleprompter, shame on you. But I do think that it should show you how the difference between Megan Moroney and Shaboozey is when a statement like that is made, one of them goes, excuse me? One of them clocks how like absolutely false and also totally erasing the contributions of Black country artists and, bluegrass and other artists and genres that contributed to the forming of country music. Can we replay it? Yes. So anyway, let me get back to June Carter. June Carter was a part of the Carter family. They were a folk music group that recorded or that performed in like the 30s, the 40s, and the 50s. So they are regarded as one of the most important musical families of the early 20th century. They did have an influence on, they did have a great influence on genres of music like gospel, pop, rock, bluegrass, etc. They were the first to become country music stars, the first vocal group to become country music stars. However, it is very important to note that there is a reason why the Carters, who were white, were able to become the first country music stars and the first to record commercially produced country music. Because as we know, in like across the arts, the contributions of Black people have been erased. They have been gatekept. They have not been allowed to, they have not been allowed to reach the heights that their white contemporaries have. So you have to always keep that in mind when it's like, sure, these white people were the first or among the first to make a name in this genre of music, but that does not mean because they were the first to be doing it, that they were the ones who were like really creating those sounds. Black music wasn't allowed on radio stations. Exactly.
This year's AMA nominees and that went to the great Charlie Pride.
Okay, here's the moment
That
again.
same year, favorite female artist went to Lynn Anderson, and this award went to the Carter family, who basically invented country music.
This year's AMA nominees in that category are very impressive and include a few of our friends.
So Shabuzi and I...
Oh my God. I can't stop laughing at this. I have to watch this again.
This award went to the Carter family, who basically invented country music.
So, as I said, I amend my earlier statement because obviously she did not write this. But the way she's like, who basically invented country music, it would never cross Megan Moroney's mind that the Carter family did not basically invent country music. But to Shabuzi, he hears something like that and goes, here we fucking go again. It's the same vein of, oh, Beyonce as a Black woman, as a Black artist who has primarily worked in a genre like pop music, can't do country music. Like, Beyonce is not country. How dare she? Because there are a lot of white people who listen to country music in the United States of America who believe that country music is for white people by white people.
This year's AMA nominees.
Did she think the Carter family was Black? Like, did she think that maybe that was a line about Beyonce Knowles Carter? No. And then Shabuzi tweeted this morning because a lot of people were talking about this moment. Because if you know, you know. It's one of those, like, if you know, you know why he reacted that way. She added that intentionally. Wait, you mean, hold on.
Anderson, and this award went to the Carter family, who basically invented country music.
Oh, you're saying you think that she added that, like that line wasn't even on the prompter, and it's the prompter had, this award goes to the Carter family, who basically invented country music. It's possible. Either way, whatever, doesn't really matter. The point being that there's a stark difference here between the white country artist Megan Moroney and the Black country artist Shabuzi. Yeah, look at his face. Okay, so this is what wait, shit, where did I just put that? Hold on a second. Okay, wait. I wanted to read his tweet. Where did I put it? Uno second. Okay, here it is. When you uncover the true history of country music, you find a story so powerful that it cannot be erased. ... Yeah. So he's basically like, I am not going to go into the whole history of country music here, but you should. If you do not know, you should know. At Grok, who started country music? You know what I will say? Sometimes, okay, I'm not trying to defend Grok. Sometimes, though, Grok will give an answer to a question where I go, actually, almost spot on. Like, sometimes Grok will reply to somebody on Twitter and you go, you know what? Actually, Grok, not such a bad answer. Although I do wish people would just search for themselves. Grok was defending Bella Ramsey and using the right pronouns the other day. Sometimes Grok gets it right. Sometimes Grok is not fully cooked by the brain of Elon Musk. But also, please, instead of going at Grok, who started country music, just do a little research for yourself or watch this stream where I'm telling you all about it, okay? Here we go. We are going to watch this short BuzzFeed video. There are a lot of videos out there, which is why I'm like, you do not need to turn to Grok to learn about the history of country music, to learn about the influences of Black artists on country music, so that you would know why a statement like the Carter family, who basically invented country music, is just historically untrue and contributes to the erasure of Black artists that has been happening forever. At Grok, is this real? God. Ah! Gracious Plague, thank you for the gift of sub. Jacked Up Bubbles, thank you for the 16 months.
When you think of country music, who do you think of? Maybe it's Dolly Parton belting Jolene or Tim McGraw's iconic Southern drawl. Maybe it's something a little bit more modern, like Taylor Swift's Love Story, which got a revival on TikTok this past summer. Or maybe Gabby Barrett's top Billboard country song, I Hope.
Like, I just think it's crazy because there are Black artists who specifically influence the music of the Carter family. Like, not just their overall contributions to the genre, but also specifically Black artists who I bet if I say to you, do you know who Leslie Riddle or Rufus T. Tot Payne is? People would go, no. But it's like, do you know who June Carter Cash is? Okay, some of y'all earlier were like, who are the Carters? I said, the Carter family. And then people still didn't know, but I said, Johnny Cash, June Carter Cash, and then you probably make the connection there. But that's the thing. It's like, yes, the Carters are being recognized at a show like the AMAs, but the artists who specifically influenced the music of the Carter family, you will never see their name anywhere. People wouldn't know. I actually thought you meant Jimmy Carter. I cannot with some of y'all. Oh, I thought you were talking about Jimmy Carter. Yeah, after he had a career in country music, he went and became president. Oh my God. Okay, anyway. Anywho.
Maybe, let's be honest, you just think of white people. When you look at the country charts, Black artists are far and few between. But that doesn't mean they don't exist. And actually, in many ways, Black people in America have helped shape country music to what it is today, even if they don't always get the recognition for it.
Wait, that's my queen!
It is today, even if they don't always...
That's Mickey! That's Mickey, who I talked to at the Country Music Awards, who was one of my favorite people I talked to. And unfortunately, that was the moment that we had audio issues. But she is awesome. She is one of the few Black country artists, and she is very political in her music and also in just her life, being a Black woman in country music. And I really wish that I had gone to the after party and I wasn't so tired, so that I could have taken a shot with her, because I genuinely I genuinely really liked her, and should have been like, do you want to come on the stream?
Always get the recognition for it. For many historians, the origins of modern-day country music begin with bluegrass.
Or my podcast.
Bluegrass relies on the
Yes.
acoustic sounds of string instruments, and the banjo is a staple. The banjo is a West African instrument brought over in the 1600s via the transatlantic slave trade. The instruments were originally made out of boards and had been popular in the region way before American slavery started. Other instruments like the fiddle and tambourine were also integral to bluegrass, and also had links to Africa. Now, as enslaved Africans were forced into the Americas, they continued to make these instruments. But Black influence didn't stop there. Work calls and chants became lyrics to these sounds, and these chants, also known as spirituals, helped to tell stories, keep the pace, and secretly spread information. For example, the songs of the Underground Railroad had secret coded directions to help slaves escape to the north. Fast forward a few hundred years and take this lyrical storytelling element with this acoustic string sound, and you got the foundation of country music. Now, while these spirituals were essential to a slave's motivation, survival, and possible freedom, how did this music enter into mainstream white Southern culture? The answer? Blackface. By the 1800s, music...
Also, the other thing is that there is this idea today that Black people have been averse to country music. And so when someone like Beyonce comes from a different genre, moves into, makes a country album, that they're like, you're not country. Black people don't do country music. Actually, yes, historically, Black singers, Black artists across every single genre have dabbled in country. And I'm not talking about like the Black artists who were the foundation of the country music genre. I'm talking about artists like Ray Charles, like Millie Jackson, like Tina Turner, who have all recorded country albums. That has been a thing. Like, it has been a thing that Black artists across genres of music have also made music in country. So Beyonce was not the first artist to, to be known for a certain genre and then make an album in the country genre. Nelly also, yes. Ludacris, Nelly, Snoop Dogg, LL Cool J, they have all collaborated on country tracks. But the thing too is that because Black people are not welcome in country music spaces, it also makes them hesitant to make country music, because look at the response. She just had name recognition. That's why it was so widely recognized. It's because she's Beyonce. She's Beyonce. And they looked at her and were like, stay in your lane. This is what we mean when we say that Black people in America basically created all of modern music. I mean, so pretty much all of arts and culture can be traced to the influences of first Africans and then Black Americans, right? Where like their roots were in Africa, they brought culture over here, and then as well, because they were brought over here against their wishes, so as then they became Black Americans because they are now in America, the country, and had generations spanning over the hundreds of years that they were enslaved. Like the influence from the influence on so much of culture can be traced back to African roots.
Created by Black people became popular within mainstream white music, and minstrel shows helped bring these songs to the spotlight. Well, sort of. Well, let me explain. You see, minstrel shows were like OG American theater. They usually would consist of variety comedy shows. Think SNL, but like super racist. Since black performers weren't allowed in white spaces, white performers would paint their faces black, play the banjo, fiddle, and other bluegrass instruments, and perform satirical slave songs and dances. They would do skits and speeches in exaggerated black Southern dialects. So essentially, they stripped African slaves of their tribal cultures, made it illegal for them to speak their native language, made reading English punishable by lashings or worse, and then created a theatrical art form to make fun of them for the music and dialects they were forced to create for themselves. Yep, that's about right. Minstrel shows helped solidify a lot of negative black stereotypes, and it was still seen in film all the way up to the mid-20th century. But despite the overall harm the satirical genre did for the black community, black music
it was not her fault. She was a child. They were pumping her full of barbiturates and putting her in blackface.
Starting to be taken seriously by white people for the first time, and mainly because it was introduced to them in this non-threatening way. Unfortunately, there was no credit or representation given to the black artists that helped create the music.
Remember when people tried to cancel Judy for that, like she wasn't an abused child? I know.
Another precursor to modern-day country music and a lot of other genres was the blues, which got its start in the 1860s as minstrel shows were starting to come down from their peak. The sad, sultry minor tones within the slave spirituals made its way into the genre.
That's why also I talked about this a lot when I discussed Sinners. Sinners, which takes place in the early 1930s, I think in 1932. And part of Sinners is this love letter to blues music. It's a paying homage and recognizing the beauty of the South, even during really horrific times in political history. And it's this really beautiful love letter to not just blues, but also the influences that the South, that arts and culture had in the South on the North. Like pretty much everything from the North came up from the South. I'll be right back.
These spirituals call and response-based lyrics were a way to create more unity and inclusion within the music experience, and that carried over into blues as well. Now, there are tons and tons of black blues artists, but many of them didn't get white mainstream acceptance until the following century, and even then, they weren't given the same performance privileges as their white counterparts. And this inequality was the same in many other genres that were developing during the 20th century, like jazz, rock, and country. There has been and continue to be black country artists. Country music is a blend of many different cultures and genres. But
isn't it amazing when white people get so angry when the truth of American history hits in the face? Yeah, obviously there are a lot of white people on Twitter who are like pissed off at Shabuzi, but it's like, look, okay, we did it, all right? History, we did that shit, and so the crimes on top of what historically have been committed continue when you erase black contributions to our culture. Like we continue to commit this. We continue to commit crimes when we do this. It's like you cannot reckon with history when you do not reckon with history. All of it. Right? Like I just think it's very important if you are an appreciator of culture, if you love music, if you love film, if you love art, to know where it comes from, to know its influences, and to not erase the artists who were erased when they existed. The reason that these artists are not known is because they were kept that way when they lived.
But history doesn't always reflect this. Things get a little messy once you learn that these iconic white artists actually got their trade from other black artists. Hank Williams was mentored by Rufus T. Tot Payne, Johnny Cash was taught from an early age by Gus Cannon, and black guitar player Leslie Riddle was known as one of the pioneers of the finger-picking guitar style, favored by Maybelle Carter. And while legal segregation has been outlawed in the United States since the 1960s, Americans still have trouble giving black artists credit within the country genre. Moving into the 80s, 90s, and 2000s, black country artists weren't charting, and country music had been seen socially as a white genre. And internalized prejudice within music management didn't really help. In 1998, general manager of Curb Records, Dennis Hannon, insisted that, quote, for country music to be more well-rounded, we would like to see more African-American artists. But he also said, if it is harder for African-American artists to break into the industry, it's more of a lifestyle issue. Likewise, in 2006, Tammy Genovese of the Country Music Association rejected a reporter's suggestion that the industry had not attempted to gain black fans, telling The Guardian, quote, the black community's lifestyle is different from what we communicate with country music. Black people have their own types of music that they listen to, be that jazz, hip hop, or whatever. Country singers in Nashville formed to create the Black Country Music Association in the mid-1990s in hopes of giving black artists an avenue into the genre. Country singer Cleve Francis was one of the founders and described the Nashville country music industry as one based solely on, quote, permission when it came to the black artists there. Francis himself had suffered from racism in the industry, especially at the hands of those who were supposed to be in charge of marketing and managing his career. Despite these attempts at inclusion, the genre today still faces hardships when it comes to representation. Atlanta rapper Lil Nas X shattered records with his debut hit Old Town Road in 2019. From the topic to the twangy tone, it was, as his producer described, a country rap song.
I got the horses in the bag. Horse stock is a
Oh my god, remember this whole thing?
And at first, Billboard agreed. He was ranked on the Billboard country charts before Billboard decided to retract his ranking and exclude him from the category. Billboard told Rolling Stone, quote, well,
okay, maybe I'm misremembering, but Billy Ray Cyrus, who normally is fucking weird, didn't he record a remix with Lil Nas X so that it would like count as a country song?
Old Town Road incorporates references to country and cowboy imagery. It does not embrace enough elements of today's country.
He featured on the song so that it would count. Right, because they were trying to do a racism against Lil Nas X. The one good thing he did. And so Billy Ray remixed the song with him so that it would like bypass the racists, because Billy Ray Cyrus is a
country music to chart in its current version. This was definitely not the first time a hip-hop artist attempted to enter into country and was rejected. Nelly and Tim McGraw, both Southern artists, made Over and Over in 2004. It made not even a blip on the country charts. Beyonce's Daddy Lessons on Lemonade was a textbook country bop. The song's thematic storytelling and use of traditional country instrumentals fit well into the genre, which led her to performing the song at the 2016 CMAs. But country fans were pissed. According to the AP, Beyonce also tried to submit the record for a country Grammy, and the submission was rejected. But this sort of exclusion doesn't stop at hip-hop or R&B artists attempting to enter into the country space. Mickey Guyton, a rising black female country artist, has commented both on the racism that faces black country artists and also the industry sexism.
If you think we live in the land of the free, you should try to be black like me.
She said, quote, I don't even realize how crazy what I'm doing is. It really is hard for women to get played on country radio, period. Do I face extra obstacles? Absolutely. From the slave trade to Beyonce, black people have been shaping and contributing to country music since the start. And while the United States has made some progress in black representation in some genres of music.
That was an amazing Twitter moment when Lil Nas X came out of the closet at the yes, with all the controversy that was surrounding him doing a country song. Then he also is like, by the way, I'm gay.
Music and entertainment.
And I'm super
It's important
gay.
that history provides a holistic depiction of all of our contributions. Because black history is American history.
Anyway, that's just a short little vid. There's a lot of history there to dive into if you want to know more about the history of black artists' contributions to country music. They're the foundation of country music lying with the artistic talents of black men and women. Here's a good read about it. Country music and Musica Mexicana share a deep history worth remembering. Yes. I mean, yeah, it's not just black artists, of course, who have been erased from their contributions to culture. It's pretty much artists from every single marginalized group in this country, right? You look at LGBTQ artists' contributions to so much of culture, and how that's also a big history that often gets erased, and the recognition of icons, LGBTQ icons, is often not there. Okay. Alrighty. Like, remember when I talked about, I can't remember if this was on the podcast or if this was on stream, but I talked about the clean girl aesthetic. The thing that like Hailey Bieber and Kendall Jenner and all of these really beautiful white influencers have come to be known for, and they have all made products and skincare lines that that are a part of this clean girl aesthetic. That comes from black and brown women, like specifically the like the chola look in the 70s, 80s. A lot of elements with the clean, slicked back hair, like the jewelry, right? Like clean hair, jewelry, slick black buns. That, of course, was something that at the time further marginalized Latinas. But then decades later, now elements that were popularized because white girls started doing it, that it made it into a trend that is called the clean girl trend. Colonizers going to colonize, and when the people they stole the genre style art form from come back and do it better still, the colonial establishment tries to push them out. Yes, where it's like, hey, we actually were the ones who were doing this first, and then you guys appropriated this from us, and now you're still trying to push us out. And you want to know what we hear all the time too? The rhetoric of when an area is being colonized, they'll always say about the indigenous population, oh, well, they're barbarian. Well, they don't have culture. Well, this is actually, we're the ones who are cultured, and it's why we actually have to colonize this area because it's good for these people. So what it is this racist notion, this literally colonizing rhetoric that aims at treating an indigenous population as uncultured while simultaneously stealing the colonizing population, stealing from the population being colonized, while also saying that they are uncultured, using that as an excuse for why they have to colonize them. Native American genocide is the first thing that ever radicalized me as a kid. Yeah, when you're not being taught in school about, oh, the Indians and the Pilgrims came together and they had a Thanksgiving and everything was great. When you actually learn the story, when you learn about the Native American genocide, it will radicalize you. You're like, oh, that's what this country was founded on. It was founded on genocide. And then it was built through slavery. Like, it was founded on genocide, and then it was built on the backs of slaves. I have 2 degrees from Juilliard, and country music is African American music. Country music would not exist without the blues, and the blues wouldn't exist without working songs from slavery. African Americans didn't just contribute to country music, they made it. Also, the banjo is an African instrument. Yes. Absolutely. Yeah, like they are the foundation of country music. There is no country music without Black artists. Prince Philip's War is the most consequential event of the colonial period. It's not even taught in school. Yeah, because you guys, when I was in school, as I'm sure with a lot of y'all, all we learned, I swear to God, history was Thanksgiving between the Pilgrims and the Indians, and then World War II, but only World War II in the sense of like, Nazis are bad. So for 8 years in a row, it was just America good, Nazis bad. And yeah, I mean, Nazis are bad, but it's just the fact that like for pretty much all of elementary school, junior high, and really even high school, there's a lot that we didn't learn about. And they would just teach the same thing every year. And there's a lot within World War II that is also important to learn about that we didn't learn about, right? Like, we didn't learn about how, okay, yes, Nazis bad, but then also specifically how one of the first groups that were targeted by the Nazis were the LGBTQ community in Germany. Like, that's not something that you learn about. You just broadly hear about Pearl Harbor, Hitler evil, and America saving the day. Like, there's so much within the years that World War II took place. Yeah, same. Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, MLK, Malcolm X taught over and over and over, but in the same way every single year. There's also the idea that America won the war rather than the Soviets being the main turning force. Also, of course, that Pearl Harbor, like, we had to nuke the Japanese because otherwise the war would have kept going. Not ever one time learning that the Japanese had surrendered. That the dropping of nuclear weapons on Nagasaki and Hiroshima was to demonstrate the United States' nuclear power. The bombs were not necessary to the Japanese surrender. Yep, Atan Shea on YouTube is one of the only people I've seen doing history on the interest to give it the focus it deserves. There's a lot that you learn as an adult, as long as you are curious about learning. You know, and another thing we didn't learn about the fucking internment camps. When I was in school, if you learned about the internment camps, like really learned about the internment camps, how FDR signed the executive order to throw Japanese Americans, people who were American citizens, but Japanese by ethnicity, into camps. Okay, some of y'all learned in one. Your teacher was in one. That's wild. Yeah, I certainly did not. And I went to public school. Not in depth, but we talked about it at my school. Girl, they didn't teach us about residential schools until grade 10. I was disgusted by that. Here's some good news for you to see when the serious conversation ends. Hacks has been renewed for season 5. Oh, I know. I was doing some digging. And I looked up to see who Hannah Einbinder follows on Instagram. And she follows Hassan. That man does not know what Hex is. Of course, I know. That man does not know what Hex is, but I kind of want to go to him and be like, hey, can I use you to talk to Hannah Einbinder? Can you ask her to come on your stream? And then I'll be there. Because he doesn't know what Hex is. He doesn't know that she's starring in a film with Gillian Anderson that's directed by Jane Schoenbrunn, which also I need to talk to Jane Schoenbrunn. But he probably would see like, oh, she's a celebrity who's Jewish, who has talked about, who has been supporting Palestine. She gave a speech, human rights campaign. Yeah, I'll just send him a video of her standing up for Palestinians and be like, you should bring her on the stream and then leave, and then I'll talk to her. I thought you slid into Paul Down's DMs. I did, but I'm not verified on Twitter, so I'm sure it got sent to some folder where he's never seen it. I feel like I am this close, okay? I just need to make one connection, and then it's going to open up a whole network. I just need one. I also was looking up to see who Miss Rachel follows on Instagram, and she follows Ray. And I immediately texted Ray. I was like, not to be a stalker, but Miss Rachel follows you. And she was like, oh, do you want me to connect? I said, because here's my hesitation. I don't want people to feel uncomfortable being put in a position of being on a live stream. Because being on a live stream is different than going on a podcast, is different than being on a show where things can be edited out. Like, it's not happening in real time. But you have a podcast. Yeah, but we're still in the shed currently. We can't have guests right now. We are going to look at a space this week, and hopefully we'll move out. Hassan does that all the time himself. Right now he wants to interview someone, so he's reaching out to another friend. Do it. Yes, I need to. I'm back in my I need to reach out to people era. Like, I did that a couple of months ago, and then now I'm back. I'm in okay, I want to start. Stop telling yourself no. I know. I tell myself no before I even ask. I love Ray, but if you want to talk to Miss Rachel about Gaza, Ray's stream. No. It wouldn't be on Ray's stream. It would basically be a like. If I wanted to, she would connect and just be like, hey, this is my friend who would like to talk to you. Yeah, I have no problem using Hassan for things. There are so many times that I have looked up someone and I'm like, they follow Hassan, but also I go, I know Hassan is not going to know who this person is. I know he's not going to know who they are. And if he doesn't know who they are from a political perspective, you know what I mean? Then he's going to be like, whatever, I don't care. That's what they do with Firan, though. They use Hassan's celebrity to get guests, and then Will and Marsh become best friends with the guests that they have. They're like, we're using Hassan, and then move aside. Now we're becoming best friends. We're becoming best friends with the guests that we used Hassan to get. Okay, so what else was I gonna say? Is Will friends with Phineas now? I think so. He said he was really cool and nice. But like Marsh and Porter Robinson. I will be fucking sat for the Audra and Patty tea. Oh my God. Okay, should we get into it? I was gonna do Cannes Film Festival stuff, but maybe we get into the Patty stuff. Last night, I took stream off last night. Oh, I didn't even tell you guys. I woke up yesterday morning at 4:30 in the morning because Will made some noise and Farley woke me up. And I had been asleep for 2 hours and I had taken one hit of weed before I went to bed. And I woke up and I thought I was dying. Like something felt weird in my body. And I called Will. I was like, something's wrong. And he comes in. I was like, I don't know. My body's tingling. He said, are you having a stroke? I said, I don't think so. And then we finally came to the conclusion that it was probably the weed and the fact that I was very exhausted. And so my body waking up and then having the one bit of weed in my system made me feel really weird. But it's why I didn't get up yesterday morning and do a stream, because my body, my mind's telling me no. And my body is also telling me no. After 30, weed started making me insanely paranoid and panic attacks, so I had to quit. I don't smoke weed anymore, but I have that weed pen that I got from the 420 stream. And so I decided to take a hit of it to sleep, and I woke up and I thought I was dying. That sounds like something I'd hear in a Dare commercial from the 90s, straight up. Don't smoke weed because you'll think you're dying. A real hit or a Quan hit? It was a pretty solid hit. If you felt like you're dying with even just a little bit, odds are pretty good. It had some terpenes in it that you reacted poorly to. This happened to me and resulted in an unnecessary hospital visit. I thought I was dying. I was allergic to humulene. I don't even know how to explain it, which was very frustrating when I was trying to explain it. But it was like this weird feeling in my body that I couldn't explain. I kept being like, it's tingling, but it's not tingling. I don't know. Anyway, why was I talking about this? Oh, okay. So yesterday I had to do the podcast and then did not stream last night. So that was when I dove into the Michael Schulman New Yorker profile on Miss Patti LuPone because I saw drama online and I went, oh no, the girls are fighting. What's happening here? Why are my queens fighting? Oh no. So I dove into the piece and then I spent like 2 hours just watching various clips of Audra McDonald and Patti LuPone in various roles that they have played. And I want to be like, can we all get along, please? My queens. Patti, can you fucking stop? Patti, can you just stop, please? Okay, so if you don't know who Patti LuPone is, maybe we should start off with this video, and then I will get into discussing what the fuck went down, what the tea is. There's a lot. You have to understand who Patti is, though, to understand any of this. I don't know who any of these people are. That's why you're here, because I'm going to tell you who they all are. Patti is a professional hater. Yes, she has always been like this. She is known for being loud and brassy and bitchy and says how it is. But I do think also there have been times that I go, Patti, no, where I can't defend. I can't defend things that she says. It's wild to me that Patti came for not one, but two prominent Black theater actresses just so nonchalantly. Like, there are already so many access barriers in theater for Black people. They've navigated, are incredible artists. And I have to break down the whole sound drama with Hell's Kitchen because there's a lot that I think is getting lost. But anyway, here we go. Jedi Fairy, thank you so much for the gifted sub. This is a 15-minute video. Who is Patti LuPone? Just to give you an idea. Okay.
New Netflix series, Hollywood, because, I've had some
Miss
time
Patti
lately.
LuPone.
And yes, the show is...
Who, when I was growing up, when I was a baby theater kid, Patti was one of my heroes, okay? When I did the show Anything Goes, I spent hours watching her playing Reno Sweeney. She was Tony nominated for in the revival. Patti was one of my Mount Rushmore of theater divas.
Beautiful to look at with a very sexy cast. Ooh. But for a bona fide theater geek here, I loved getting to see theater veterans in the show. People like Joe Mantello, Holland Taylor, and Patti LuPone. And who, some of you may be asking, is Patti LuPone?
I know the name.
Patti LuPone is an American actress of the stage and screen, with a career spanning nearly 5 decades. Known for her extensive theater work, her indelible voice, her indelible diction, maybe you've seen her on the news, being asked her opinion on talk shows,
and I thought it was a piece of
or going viral on YouTube. However you might know her, it is indisputable that she is an original. Through the many ebbs and flows in show business, and navigating many projections and perceptions from others, Patti LuPone has garnered a career that, after researching for this video, is nothing short of staggering. In the spring of 1985, Patti was in Washington, D.C., rehearsing at the Kennedy Center for what was then hoped to be the American National Theater. In the middle of all this, she took time to sit down for an interview with Nancy Collins, a celebrity journalist.
I do not use that word lightly. But I would cast a hex on Nancy Collins.
Her glossy magazine profiles. Nancy had some pointed questions for Patti.
Patti, you're 36 years old, you're Italian, you're not married. Why?
What does
Why
that
do you
mean?
think that you'd be a good wife? Well, what kind of qualities are you looking for in a man? Do you want to have children? Do you really think that you have star quality?
Inevitably, as it would always be for interviews like this, the subject of Evita came up.
A lot of people wonder where Patti LuPone has been since Evita, but maybe you were a one-hit star. How do you feel about that?
And I say to that, those people aren't doing their job, especially if it's media, because I've been on the stage every year. And I've done 2 films.
She said, where have I been? Where haven't I been? I've been on the stage every year. She did Evita for 21 fucking months. She did Evita for almost 2 years. And then after Evita, which was her big breakout moment, she continued to work. It was just not all at it was not all the biggest shows.
And I've done enormous singing engagements in Atlantic City, at the Bottom Line in New York, at the Savoy. I've done 2 Mamet plays, and he's a Pulitzer Prize winner. I've worked with Levi Chule at the Guthrie, who is a genius of theater. If people in the business know who he is. So I say back to them, you're not doing your job, because I've been under your nose for the last 5 years on the stage.
Can we mention the Andrew Lloyd Webber pool? We will get to
Patti
that.
LuPone started her professional career as a member of the acting company, founded by co-director of the Juilliard School's drama department, John Houseman. Performing classical repertoire, the company toured the United States and included fellow Juilliard classmates, including Patti's boyfriend, Kevin Kline. A 2-week stop in New York gave Patti her Broadway debut in 1973, but it was the company's return to New York 2 years later where the critics first took note of her. For her performance in the musical The Robber Bridegroom, Patti earned her first Tony nomination for Best Featured Actress in a Musical. But in 1976, most people still didn't know who Patti LuPone was. In fact, when her category was televised during the Tony Awards that year, the cameras caught Broadway dancer Anne Ranking instead of Patti.
Patti LuPone for The Robber Bridegroom.
Anne Ranking was, of course, Bob Fosse's date that night, who was nominated for Chicago.
Okay, so I do think that Patti was not actually there, but it is crazy that they just panned to another brunette.
Along with his wife, Gwen Verdon. But anyway, most of the focus that night was on a show called A Chorus Line, where Patti's brother, Robert LuPone, was nominated for Best Featured Actor in a Musical.
Patty would leave the acting company in 1976 to join the pre-Broadway tour of Stephen Schwartz's ill-fated musical The Baker's Wife, a production that Maverick producer David Merrick called off 3 days before its arrival in New York. The drama of the show is truly worthy of its own episode. But Patty was buoyed by a young new playwright by the name of David Mamet. The two had met through the acting company, and he cast her in the role of Ruth in his new play, The Woods, which premiered in Chicago in 1977. After briefly appearing on Broadway in the short-lived 1970s.
David Mamet, great playwright. Horrible fucking politics. Horrible. Especially as he's gotten older. If you know who Josiah Mamet is, she played Shoshana on Girls. Here, I'll show you who she is. This is her. She's a Nepo baby. Her father is David Mamet, but David Mamet is a renowned playwright. He is, he's the guy who wrote Glengarry Glen Ross, and how did you pronounce her name? Zosha. It's Zosha. Did I say Zosiah? I know it's Zosha. Sometimes I pronounce something the way that it's written, but I know it's Zosha.
78 musical Working, Patty was invited by David Mamet to reprise the role of Ruth in the Woods, this time at New York's esteemed The Public Theater. But a big audition was about to change all that. So, just to be thorough, Evita is a musical that began as a concept album in 1976, with music by Andrew Lloyd Webber and
Evita is the play that is the musical that Rachel Zegler is currently in rehearsals for, and it will be opening in London this summer. When does it open? Don't cry for me. Argentina, Zegler opening. The truth is I never left you all through my wild days. Okay, it opens at the London Palladium on June 14th and runs through September 6th. My mad existence.
Works by Tim Rice, chronicling the life of controversial former First Lady of Argentina, Eva Perón.
Christian has a sixth sense to know whenever Broadway is being discussed. Yes.
The premiere production opened in London's West End in June of 1978, directed by the legendary Hal Prince, and starring a then unknown Elaine Paige in the title role that would make her a star. When the creative team announced a Broadway transfer, casting director Joanna Merlin began the search for an American actress to play the role. Big names like Meryl Streep, Faye Dunaway, and Raquel Welch were considered, only to find that most women couldn't sing the role. Patty, by her own admission,
It is important to understand. Okay, so Eva Perón, who is the main character in Don't Cry for Me, Argentina, is a very difficult vocal role to play regardless, but especially at this time with just how musical theater was during this era, this was an insanely like unheard of difficult role as far as the vocal, just how strenuous it was.
Not thrilled with the music. In fact, she has often recounted that she thought Andrew Lloyd Webber hated women when she heard the vocals of the role. But at the prospect of working with Hal Prince, Patty would ultimately audition for the role in the fall of 1978. In February 1979, Patty was in Hollywood on the set of Steven Spielberg's film 1941, in a small role that was written specifically for her. Broadway star. During the filming of this scene, Patty was recalled to New York for her Evita callback. 2 days after returning to set, it was announced that Patti LuPone, a virtual unknown in show business, was to take on the biggest role the musical stage had ever seen. It's interesting to think in this day and age, when a leading lady belting and screaming her way through the course of a Broadway show is considered absolutely normal, the role of Eva was an anomaly in 1979. Yes. The role's vocal demands were already infamous in England, and would prove the same in America. From rehearsals through Evita's pre-Broadway engagements in Los Angeles and then in San Francisco, Patty would struggle to find her footing with the show's vocals.
I'm pretty sure Patty lost her voice like a month before the show opened.
The attention on the show out of town was overwhelming, and the press didn't shy from throwing darts at the woman that Andrea Chambers of People magazine called an acting nobody. Patty's early reviews simply were not good. The Los Angeles Times called her performance shaky, and rumors spread that the producers were considering bringing Elaine Paige over to replace Lupone. But Hal Prince, fresh off his Tony win for Sweeney Todd, defended Patty, calling her performance a quote, fucking gem. There is also speculation that Prince himself circulated these rumors to garner press, but who knows? Evita finally opened in New York in September 1979. While Patty's reviews were slightly better, Walter Kerr of the New York Times breezily stated that she, quote, sang the role well. The show itself was not a darling amongst critics. Some thought the show glorified a fascist dictatorship. Some were skeptic of two English writers taking on an American art form. Perhaps some resentment toward a director constantly breaking barriers in the American musical. It would take several months for Evita and its cast to be lauded by the public. It was during this time that Patty was introduced to musician David Lewis.
I love Elaine Paige as well, but Patti LuPone, I'm not going to play the whole thing, I'll just give you a little bit, sings the shit out of this role.
After all that I've done, you won't believe me. All you will see is a girl you once knew, although she's dressed up to the nines, had sixes and sevens with you. I had to let it happen. I had to change. Couldn't stay all my life down at heel, looking out of the window, staying out of the sun.
Oh, like you just know she's about to.
So I chose freedom, running around, trying everything new, but nothing. The Argentina, the truth is I never left you. All through my wild
I mean, she's crying.
days, my madness.
She's crying.
I kept my promise. Don't keep your distance. Have I said too much? There's nothing more I can think of to say to you. But all you have to do is look at me to know.
I love Patty, but she has some nerve coming for the Audra. I agree.
Every word is true.
I'm like, I hate these two queens. These two Broadway queens. Okay, anyway.
Recently worked on a
Just to
club
give you an
act
idea.
with Edie Beale.
Yeah, that one.
When a press agent said that he and Patty should work together.
Have you heard Audra and Patty singing Happy Days? Yes!
The result was an act beginning in March 1980 at a nightclub called Les Mouches. For 5 weeks, Patty would finish her Saturday night performance of Evita and head over to the club at 11th Avenue and 26th Street. Headed by Lewis's rock band, Patty's club act was an eclectic set list from Fats Waller, Bob Dylan, Stephen Sondheim. But it was Patty that thrilled audiences with her wild androgynous stage persona and, quite simply, an epic vocal performance. Recordings of this act were remastered and lovingly preserved by Ghostlight Records back in 2008. What started as a 5-week engagement extended for a total of 27 weeks. If Evita made Patti LuPone known to the theater world, Les Mouches made her known all around New York. And then, in the middle of all that,
Patti LuPone in Evita.
She
Patty won the
Tony.
1980 Tony Award for Best Actress in a Musical. Oh look, Faye Dunaway! It was a moment, I imagine, might have validated some of the hardships and sacrifices she had endured taking on this role. In fact, it was a big night for Evita, winning 7 awards including Best Musical. Patti LuPone, the acting nobody, the actress many thought could not take on this epic role, had become a Broadway star.
Do you really think that you have star quality?
I think when it comes to show business, there seems to be an idolized trajectory toward fame and stardom and all the problems that come with it. And I want to be careful how I say this because I do love when a deserving Broadway performer gets exposed to a larger audience. But this idolized trajectory can mar people's perceptions whenever an artist decides to take on a smaller project. Or when the next big venture flops. People say things like, "What happened to them?" comparing them to their more successful contemporaries.
Wait, somebody said, now she seems as bitter as the interviewer. Like, okay, so we're watching this video on Patti, just so you can, for those who don't know, can be introduced to Patti. She is one of the, like, last living theater legends. She is who theater professors warn you not to become. She has had the reputation of being a diva for a long time. I will say, too, that Patti, in her being blunt and brass and very opinionated, has throughout her career been very equal in who she lashes out at. We'll get to the New Yorker article and the part of it that has ignited the fury of theater fans online. But to be clear, like, she has been outspoken and very loud her whole career, and oftentimes for good. She has been a massive defender of the LGBTQ community, defending trans kids. Like, she is unapologetic. There's the clip of her saying, like, "No, I'll never perform for Donald Trump." And someone said, "Why?" And she's like, "Because I hate the motherfucker." She's very dry. She's very telling it like it is, but also has done things that it's like, yeah, this is not defensible.
Practically from the moment Patti was announced to play Evita in 1979, interviewers often brought up her past relationship with Kevin Kline, which I guess in a weird way I understand. He had just won a Tony for On the 20th Century and was on his way to starting a film career. But it's just a little jarring to be a few weeks from opening a Broadway show and being compared to your successful ex-boyfriend. 6 years later, thanks to my dear friend Nancy, the subject was still coming up, only now Kevin Kline was a film star and Patti made to feel like she was lagging behind. And I'm probably not the best person to talk about gender politics, but if you are, comment below! While some of Patti's career choices at this time might not have garnered the same attention that Evita had, they always paved the way for the next step. A few months after finishing at the Kennedy Center, Patti, an alumni of the acting company, flew to London to reprise the 1983 New York presentation of Mark Blitzstein's The Cradle Will Rock, known as a labor opera, originally produced in 1937 by Patti's former teacher at Juilliard, John Houseman. The show opened at the Old Vic Theatre to raves in August of 1985, and while the show was scheduled for a limited run, Patti's stay in London was to be extended. Going back to 1984, while working on the short-lived Broadway revival of Oliver, the show's producer, Cameron Mackintosh, had told Patti she'd be perfect for a show he was working on. A musical by French songwriters Alain Boublil and Claude Michel Schönberg, set to premiere in the fall of '85 at the Royal Shakespeare Company's Barbican Theatre. Patti LuPone would become the first American in the company's history invited to perform with the RSC in a musical adaptation of Victor Hugo's epic novel Les Miserables. Playing Fantine in the original London company, Les Miserables opened at the Royal Shakespeare Company in October 1985. While most critics unanimously panned the show they nicknamed The Glums, audiences couldn't get enough of Les Miserables, and by December, the show had transferred to the Palace Theatre in London's West End. Patti would be nominated for the Olivier Award for Best Actress in a Musical for Les Miserables, equivalent to the Tony, but she was also nominated for The Cradle Will Rock, and won for both, which I don't think enough people talk about because she tied with herself for an award. When the producers announced a transfer to Broadway, Patti made the bold decision to not go with the show to New York, saying the experience would pale to her time in London, that she didn't want to be part of a carbon copy that would replicate the London company, which, when we see the history of how mega musicals like like Les Mis are mounted is a very prescient remark to make. Patty's return to Broadway would be in the Cole Porter musical Anything Goes, the first major revival of the musical since the original production in 1930.
Yeah, so I think too a theme throughout Patty's career is feeling this chip on her shoulder of people have always rooted against me and have not appreciated my artistry and the decisions that I make, which are not always in service of being on Broadway. Like, I have not always chosen to do Broadway over everything else. And there are a lot of people who consider my career to be to have these ups and downs, when a lot of the downs are simply when I chose not to go to Broadway.
Starring Ethel Merman. More on her later. The show would lead to a Tony nomination and in 1989 landed her a principal part in the ABC television show Life Goes On, which would give us this oddly foreshadowing scene.
Hold it! Hey, you! Yeah, you! You got a lot of nerve, you know that?
Then, in 1993, Patty was back in London.
This is the big drama with Andrew Lloyd Webber and Glenn Close. This Patty clip is my Cocomelon. I watched this performance of hers probably 100,000 times when I was in Anything Goes.
If cars you like, if no wars you like, if old hymns you like, if fair limbs you like, if May West you like, on me undressed you like, why nobody will oppose. When every night the set that's smart is intruding in nudist parties in studios, anything goes.
Yeah, no, she's insane. Okay, anyway. All right, here we go. The T.
Playing the role of Norma
T.
Desmond in the premiere production of Andrew Lloyd Webber's new musical, Sunset Boulevard. Now, it had been stipulated that after the show opened in London, Patty would take Sunset Boulevard to Broadway. Well, what happened? Patty was supposed to play this role on Broadway. This is who played the role on Broadway. This is the one who won a Tony for playing this role on Broadway. Patty sued and got well over $1 million and now has a pool in her backyard called the Andrew Lloyd Webber Memorial Pool.
Right. So like those are such Patti LuPone moments. She bought a pool with the money that she got from the lawsuit, which it was bullshit that she just got cut out of Sunset Boulevard. And she named the pool the Andrew Lloyd Webber Memorial Pool. Like, she is petty and she does not hide. She does not hide being
Read
petty.
the book. Patty's termination from Sunset Boulevard, or
Also,
more
apparently, like, at some, I can't remember what event it was, Glenn Close sat down next to her and said, I didn't know, I had nothing to do with it. And the way Patty describes it, she turns and goes, bullshit. Like, that is Patti
More
LuPone.
appropriately, Andrew Lloyd Webber's breach of contract was incredibly public, speculated over in countless newspapers, and, as you can imagine, deeply hurtful to Patty. It's not a new problem in show business, where roles for women of a certain age are not in abundance. If you're lucky to have the chance, you get to transition into older roles, like Patty did with Elizabeth in Life Goes On. Then perhaps at a certain point you get roles of faded women past their prime, like Norma Desmond, or the role of Maria Callas in Terrence McNally's play, Masterclass. Through the next few years, Patty would continue to perform on Broadway, as well as appear as herself in an episode of Will and Grace, but it would be Stephen Sondheim who would usher Patty into the next stage of her career. Beginning with a concert presentation of Sweeney Todd with the New York Philharmonic in 2000, Patty played Mrs. Lovett, a role immortalized by Angela Lansbury in 1979. Then, in 2005, Patty returned to Broadway in John Doyle's totally reimagined production of Sweeney Todd. For her performance of Mrs. Lovett, Patty earned a Tony nomination for Best Actress in a Musical. While she didn't win the Tony that year, the show that would win her the trophy was just around the corner.
There we go, G-Slur. Mama Rose.
Gypsy, written by Julie Stein, Stephen Sondheim, and Arthur Lawrence, is considered by many to be one of the greatest musicals ever written. Many Broadway leading ladies have taken on the Hamlet of musical theater roles, including the original Mama Rose herself, Ethel Merman. The part is considered a touchstone in the musical theater, with a depth and complexity that is considered a rarity. In
Of
playing
course, Christian's gay ass isn't here. He popped in the second we started talking about this.
it, Patty said, "Rose is considered a monster. I don't see a monster. I see a misguided woman, a misguided mother. She's ferociously driven."
It's also like very painful because now people online are trashing, because of Patty's comments, which we will get to, they are trashing her as a performer and also trashing her performance as Mama Rose, which it's like, okay, we're not going to do that. All right. We can call her out and be like, Patty, chill. But not be like, yeah, and she also sucked as Mama Rose. No, she did not. In fact, if you're comparing Audra, who is currently playing Mama Rose on Broadway, and that's where a lot of this drama is coming from too, and then Patty, who played Mama Rose, won a Tony for it, not even close. My favorite, I think, is Bernadette Peters. However, Patty played an amazing Mama Rose.
But she loves her kids. After presentations with
the gift, it's up to Christian.
Ravinia Festival in Chicago and City Center Encores in New York, Patti LuPone opened Gypsy on Broadway in March 2008 to rave reviews. Patty's performance won every possible award that award season, including the Tony.
Patti LuPone.
Yeah, it was not close. And currently, Audra McDonald is nominated for this role.
Sometimes a Tony win can be representative of something, like the summation of a performer's career and accomplishments. And while Patty's performance was absolutely deserving of a Tony, I know because I saw it, the award bookmarked the career and the life of a woman who always worked hard, always delivered incredible performances, and always persevered in spite of scrutiny and the many uncertainties in the business.
A part of a lifetime. Thank you. Good night.
Where does Kurt place in your rankings? For my Glee fans, if you don't know Jip Giesler, if you don't know Mama Rose, if you don't know what we're talking about, you may know.
Why did I do it?
Okay, thank you for the gifted. It's a Patti LuPone.
Give them love, and what does it get you? What does it get you? One quick look as each of them leaves you. All your life, and what does it get you? Thanks a lot, and out with the garbage. They take bows, and you're back to zero. I had a dream. I dreamed it for you, Dad.
Oh, Dad, not June.
It wasn't for me, Dad. And if it wasn't for me, then where would you be, Miss Rachel Berry? Well, someone tell me, when is it my turn? Don't I get a dream for myself? Starting now, it's gonna be my turn. Gateway roll, get off of my runway. Starting now, I bat 1,000. This time, boys, I'm taking the 1,000. Everything's coming up good. Everything's coming up good. Everything's coming up good. This time for me. For me. For me. For me. For me. For me. For
honestly, this was one of my favorite episodes of Glee. Okay, I will say. This is real footage of Caroline in high school. Just about, I do have to say, just about. Okay, it's time to get to the piece in the New Yorker. Why theater fans are at war. It's not even really at war. It's a lot of people who are like diehard Patti LuPone fans who are even going, yeah, no, I can't defend her on this one. But then others who are like, I've always hated Patti LuPone. Anyway, okay, so I'm not gonna read this piece, but oh, shit, awkward. Hold on a second. Hold on. This is a profile from Michael Schulman on Patti LuPone about how she's done with Broadway. Now, Patti LuPone is kind of similar to Selena Gomez in the sense that Selena Gomez will announce that she's done with social media in the way that Patti LuPone announces that she's done with Broadway. This is not the first time that Miss Patti has gone, I'm done. I'm over it. I'm not doing the stage again. Now, maybe this time it sticks because of the fallout that this is having, but it's like every 3 years she's done with Broadway. Right. And she also says she's done with almost everything else. So I just want to give you and just this is her saying, thank you for including me, honest to God, talking to the showrunner of And Just Like That, which she plays a role on. And, just think of me because I don't want to be on stage anymore, period. Like, that's how she talks. So I just need to pick out some quotes from here so you get even more of an idea of who she is. That's okay. She's even fought with audience members. She once palmed a cell phone from a texter's hand mid-play. She really did. In 2022, during a talkback for the musical company, she berated a spectator. Put your mask over your nose. That's the rule. If you don't want to follow the rule, get the fuck out. I need to do more Italian. One time she stopped a show to yell at a photographer who was being distracting. Like, she literally stopped the show to scream at this photographer. Ask her about Madonna, a movie killer, or Real Housewives. I don't really want to talk about those trashy lives. And you'll get a zinger worthy of Betty Davis, one of her heroines, along with Edith Piaf. I prefer the flawed to the perfect, she told me. Her bluntness has made her a kind of urban folk hero. On the Tony Awards red carpet in 2017, she declared that she would never perform for President Trump. Asked why, she responded, because I hate the motherfucker. How's that? The clip went viral. Okay, so this just goes on and on and on. Like at one point during her conversation with Michael Schulman, she leans over to these girls who were sitting at a table by them because they were being so loud, and she's like, "We're trying to have a conversation. Can you keep it down?" Like, that's her, where she doesn't care how she comes across. Like, she has no, oh, you know what? That was maybe a little rude. I'm going to ask them nicely, blah, blah, blah. All right. Like, this is such a funny part too. After her dubbing session, LuPone collected her crocodile purse and got into an SVU on 8th Avenue. As it lurched past the theater district, she explained why she is, at least for now, done with Broadway. I'm so angry at whoever choked the stem right in the middle by making Times Square a pedestrian mall. When she was starring in company, LuPone would carry a bullhorn and yell at pedestrians from her car window. It's impossible for us to get to work, she told me, and I said that years ago, so I start work angry. I can't get to my theater because of the traffic pattern, because of the arrogance of the people in the streets. It's a road. Get out of the street. Again, this is very Patti. By the way, friends, the G-Stars blocked in here, so I'll work around it. She's very angry at the rest of the country. She told me more than once that the Trumpified Kennedy Center should get blown up. In the SVU, apropos the current administration, she pronounced, leave New York alone. Make it its own country. I mean, is there any other city in America that's as diverse as in your face? It's a live or die city. It really is. Stick it out or leave. Okay. Now, let's skip down a little bit. Okay, this is her talking about just her career, etc., etc. She loves hockey because she said hockey is it's theater and it's very gay, which honestly is true. God, I forgot this piece is long. Okay, then this gets into the 80s of her career. Okay. Now, here is the part. I talk to myself a lot, she told me. Why? Don't ask me. But I talked about Hal Prince in my head today. The conversation was about how he had tormented her during Evita. That stuff doesn't go away. It just sits there going, why? As much as quarrelsome defiance has become part of her persona, it was striking to hear that it lingers even when she's alone with her thoughts. As she sipped her sherry, a lifetime of grievance and self-pity, all evidence of her success to the contrary, seemed to well up in her. I was dealt the hard hand in everything, she lamented. So I say this life is about figuring that out. The next life is going to be easier. She went on, we start in life vulnerable, then we are accosted, and then we put up the barriers. We put up the armor. I've never lost my vulnerability, so the shock continues. I firmly believe this. It's better to fail because you learn so much more. If you are anointed, you have nowhere to go. Failure makes you investigate. Failure makes you move to the next step. But in the meantime, the battles were unrelenting. She had told me about co-starring with Mia Farrow in the two-woman play The Roommate last fall. There was a little bit of bullshit that went down, and then I washed my hands of a couple people in the business. One of them, I found out later, was a press agent who, after an onstage blow-up, grabbed a bottle of champagne from his office and gave it to Lapone to make amends. He did not realize that the label read, Happy Opening Sunset Boulevard, which we just explained the T of Sunset Boulevard with Andrew Lloyd Webber replacing her with Glenn Close. The Roommate shared a wall with a neighboring show, Hell's Kitchen, which is the Alicia Keys musical. It's a very popular show on Broadway, and sound would bleed through. Now, let me explain a couple things that are important to know. So, Hell's Kitchen is a new musical that is the music of Alicia Keys, and it is like kind of roughly semi-autobiographical, but it is a very loud musical because the person who designs the sound, I'm blanking, I can't remember his name, I'm blanking on his name. He is known for extremely fucking loud shows. In fact, apparently during tech rehearsal, Alicia Keys herself complained about how loud the sound was and that like the instruments and the vocals were getting lost because it was so blown out. No, it's not Gordon. It's not Gordon Ramsay. So like Alicia Keys even brought up during tech that she did not like how loud the sound was, etc. So this particular sound designer who's designed for Hell's Kitchen, he designed the MJ show. I think he did Romeo and Juliet. His shows are notoriously really loud. And it's also been a problem with Broadway in general, where a lot of people have been complaining about Broadway shows, especially musicals, getting louder and louder, that it's like uncomfortable where you go in there and it's like the sound of a concert. And that's not how it should be mixed. You should not be sitting there watching a Broadway show with it like blowing your eardrums out. Hell's Kitchen is the Gordon Ramsay show. It's also a neighborhood in New York City, but it's also a new jukebox musical that is built on the music and lyrics of Alicia Keys. Okay, so Patty and Mia Farrow were starring in this play called The Roommate. It was a very quiet show. They were in a theater that shared a wall with Hell's Kitchen. It's important to, I think, to know that The Roommate was there. This was not like Hell's Kitchen was in this space first, and then The Roommate moved in, and then Patty made a big deal about the sound. I do think it's important that like The Roommate was there, then Hell's Kitchen came in. And I will say too, if there are people to blame in this situation, I think perhaps whoever chose this theater for The Roommate to be in should have been like, okay, who are we going to be sharing a wall with? We can't have a quiet 2-person play sharing a wall with a jukebox musical that is sound designed by a sound designer who's notorious for having very loud sound. Anyway, okay. So the sound would bleed through. At her stage manager's suggestion, Lapone called Robert Wankel, the head of the Shubert organization, and asked him if he could fix the noise problem. Once it was taken care of, she sent thank you flowers to the musical's crew. She was surprised then when Keisha Lewis, an actress in Hell's Kitchen, posted a video on Instagram speaking as one veteran to another and called Lapone's actions bullying, racially microaggressive, and rooted in privilege because she had labeled a black show as loud. Now, I want to acknowledge that this is absolutely a historically true thing where Black people being labeled as loud, as a microaggression, etc. However, when it comes to Patty notoriously is this person on Broadway where she complains about sound levels. Like, this is not the first time that she has done this. And additionally, I think it's important to recognize that the sound design for this show is notoriously very loud. Audiences have complained about it. Alicia Keys herself complained about it. The sound was bleeding through. But also, like, it's this complicated thing where Keisha Lewis is not wrong in identifying this thing to be historically true, which is that Black people being labeled as loud, etc. And how Patty certainly is known to be an aggressive person. But I do think, but wait till we get to the next part. Okay. I do think that this is something that, in my understanding of all that went down here, should not have led to where we are now. Okay, so Keisha Lewis puts out a video and is like, I just want to read this letter to Patti LuPone, yada, yada, yada. And this is something where, just in my humble opinion, wish that it had been handled behind the scenes so we didn't get to this moment here, where Michael Schulman is asking Patty about it, and she goes, oh my God, LuPone said balking when I brought up the incident. Here's the problem. She calls herself a veteran. Let's find out how many Broadway shows Keisha Lewis has done, because she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. She Googled. She's done 7. I've done 31. Don't call yourself a vet, bitch. Patty! The correct numbers are actually 10 and 28, but who's counting? She explained of the noise problem. This is not unusual on Broadway. This happens all the time when walls are shared. And that part is true. Okay, that part is true. This happens all the time on Broadway. You have an issue if you have a small play, a quiet play, up against a big musical. Like, there are often sound issues, and Patti LuPone has often been a person, when she's a part of a production, if sound is leaking through, she'll be like, this is a problem. Now, I'm sorry, but this is gross. And I'm sorry, but I cannot defend Pat. I'm sorry, not sorry, but I will not defend Patty on this, because this was such an awful way to respond. By attacking Keisha Lewis on not being enough of a veteran because she's only done 7 shows, which actually she's done 10 shows, versus Patty, who is also fucking almost 80 years old, who has done 28 shows. You're white bragging about working more than someone Black, read the room. Yes, exactly. Where it's like, Patty, I could have seen how what had happened before this interview was actually, maybe we were missing some important context, but now this is inexcusable. Like, now you are being you're being stupid, and you're being blind to the obstacles that, yes, Black actresses on Broadway do face. So you miss, like, I've had so many obstacles in my career. I have a chip on my shoulder. Nobody believed in me, yada, yada. What do you think the experiences of someone like Keisha Lewis and Audra McDonald has been, and countless other actresses who never, ever had a shot because Broadway roles were dominated by white actresses, right? So she responded to bullying allegations by bullying her. Yes, exactly. Where it's like, dude, Patty, this is not defensible. And then also it's like, don't call yourself a vet, bitch. Come on, man. Come on. Okay. The way that Keisha responded to when she went on Instagram and was like talking about this incident, she didn't call Patty a bitch. She did not use, I mean, again, Patty is notorious for just being so aggressive this way, but still it does mean read the room, where her bringing up this point is not only gross as a way to invalidate Keisha Lewis, where it's like, look, I think there is something, I think you could have had a conversation here and been like, no, the problem is with the sound design of Owen, I cannot remember his last name. It is this specific sound designer on Broadway who notoriously has his shows so fucking loud that like audiences are complaining about the volume of the shows. When sound bleeds through the wall of a shared theater that is an extremely quiet show, like that is a problem. Now, also, what was the other thing I was going to say? Could have said she was right about the loudness thing, but also made the point about noise leaking. Yes. Right. Okay, anyway. So she says this, and then this is the other part. This is exhausting. Keisha reached and weaponized black trauma when this complaint wasn't that, and that 80-year-old lady who ain't got no patience retaliated. I'm annoyed with everybody. This is why I'm like, I hate that this is happening in the Broadway world right now. Okay. And then she did this. I mentioned that Audra McDonald, the Tony-decorated Broadway star, had given the video supportive emojis. Exactly, Lapone said, and I thought you should know better. That's typical of Audra. She's not a friend. Hard D. The two singers had some long ago rift, Lapone said, but she didn't want to elaborate. When I asked what she thought of McDonald's current production of Gypsy, where, again, Audra McDonald is the first black actress to play the role of Mama Rose. This is a really massive moment. It speaks to the obstacles that black actresses have faced on Broadway, just like they have in Hollywood, right? Marginalized performers, whether in Hollywood or on Broadway, have had to overcome and have to continue to overcome said obstacles. And so not only is Audra McDonald an incredible performer, but she is also the first black actress to play the role of Mama Rose on Broadway. OMFG, it adds so much to the show that she's a classical soprano. And then there's a whole world, which this is a lot to get into. This is a lot to get into too, where there is this belief from people who are who are belters, okay? So like their vocal style is belting versus being a soprano, which is Audra McDonald. There's this belief that if you are soprano, like Audra McDonald, then you should never play a role like Mama Rose, because Mama Rose is not a soprano's, is not vocally a soprano role. But belters play soprano roles all the time. And so now there's this whole argument online over people bringing this up again about belters playing soprano roles, sopranos playing belters roles, whatever. Okay, I think it doesn't matter specifically what your vocal type is, as long as you're like imbibing the spirit of the role. Okay. So when I asked what she thought of McDonald's current production of Gypsy, she stared at me in silence for 15 seconds. She's so fucking extra. She stared at Michael Schulman in silence for 15 seconds. I want you to know how, let me count this out for you. Ready? So, Ms. Lapone, what do you think of McDonald's current production of Gypsy? What a beautiful day. That's what she did. That is how she ended the interview. It was. In Central Park, New Yorkers were strolling among the apple blossoms. Oh, people sitting by themselves, lonely as hell, Lapone observed, peering from her window. Ha! Just lonely as hell out there. She was ready for a nap. As I walked out, she announced, I, my darling, am taking to my bed. I do think it's important to cast a voice in relation to the score, but I think in the case of Mama Rose, it makes so much sense that Mama Rose hasn't seen a success in a theater industry where so much of the shows are designed for beltresses, like the layer it adds to the story. Yeah. Like, I don't think it's fair to discount Audra McDonald from being able to play Mama Rose simply because she is a soprano. Patty's worst take, she's so mad that Audra is taking the role somewhere new. She hates the innovation of a role that she thought she owned. So yes, I think what this is exposing is that Patty is almost 80 years old. She has a lot of bitterness towards a lot of people in her life throughout her career. She has a fucking chip on her shoulder where she feels that she just feels a lot about the way that she was treated, the way that she was disrespected, just her whole life being her like, she even rejects the label of diva. She does not like being called a diva. But she's from New York and in theaters, so it's camp. Yes, and there's been a lot of, I mean, she is a legend. She is a living Broadway legend. But this is just, this is just like, Patty, there are a lot of people who recognize your success, who honor your career, who they talk about you with reverence. So remember that not everyone is your fucking enemy. Not everyone is your enemy. Work it out in the replay. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. There's your ear blast for the day. I am so sorry, y'all. Hi. Yes, Christian, we can sing this as a duet sometime. Yes. So anywho, that's the tea. That's what's happening in the Broadway world currently, where I feel like Patty is just always going up against everyone. She just has this. She's just always been this way, where she is always fighting with everyone. And the problem is that Audra McDonald not only is legendary herself, she is the only actress to have ever won a Tony in all 4 acting categories. Seriously, like, Audra McDonald steps on a stage and she wins a Tony. She is fucking a phenomenal talent. And she's a phenomenal talent just objectively across the board. Additionally, she's very beloved. Everybody loves Audra McDonald. So that's the other thing where it's like, Patty, can you just not? Okay, can you just not? This is a very beloved woman. She just please do not take away her success at all, because and the thing about Patty too, what I think is important, it doesn't excuse it, but I truly believe that Patty is an equal opportunist hater, right? Throughout her whole career, it's not like she targets only women. It's not like she targets only Black women. Of course, there's the additional factors of like when she's saying a Black woman is not a vet because she's only done 10 shows, like there's additional layers there. But Patty, throughout her whole career, has been honestly a bitch to everyone, and some people deserve it, and some it's like, Patty, you gotta chill. Keisha deserved better. I mean, yeah, I just, It's hard not to see Patty as a bitter, almost 80-year-old who has had an insanely successful career, continues to perform, could keep doing Broadway. She's the one who's like, I'm done with the stage. I'm done with Broadway and all this bullshit. It's not like she's done. It's not like she doesn't get work anymore. She's continuing to work. But she's always just kind of had this underdog mentality where she's like, everyone has always been against me. She literally gave up her equity card. I know. Human Sunshine Maddie, thank you for the 17 months. Oracle Bean, thank you for the 15. Timur Tempura, thank you for the 5. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. Audra's a once-in-a-lifetime storyteller. Her work and anyone can whistle something I think about genuinely every day. Yes, like we are blessed for having Audra McDonald in this lifetime. If you're not a theater consumer, just know that Audra McDonald is one of the greatest of all time. She's one of the greats. And Patty also is a fucking legend. And there are a lot of people out there who recognize her legendary. And she just, you know what? Maybe it is time for her to go. Maybe it is. Maybe she just cannot handle being in the business anymore. Seeing other successful performers play these roles that she just carries I don't know, man. It's like she has a love-hate relationship with every role that she did. She really seems to Patty's the Azalea Banks of Broadway. Yeah, where she's just fighting with everyone. She has beef with every single person. It's like who doesn't Patty have beef with? But a lot of times too, it's like, it's kind of one-way beef. It's kind of like Patty will always make comments, and whoever it is that she's beefing with, it's like, whatever. Whatevs. Isn't Azalea homophobic? Yeah, difference being that Patty is not homophobic. No, I think the comparison was just like Azalea. Azalea is a person who has burned a lot of bridges, who also is just always saying things. She is insane. Azalea Banks is insane. So, Patty's best role, Yellow Diamond and Steven Universe, hands down. Anyway, that's the Patti LuPone of it all. The Patti LuPone, Audra McDonald. Christian, do you want to go to Broadway? Should we go to New York and try and get tickets to Geisler? I do feel like I would like to see Audra in it if I can. If it's possible. Can I come? We'll do a Quantarage meetup. Let's get on a flight and go. It's running till October, so we do have plenty of time. Show goes till October, so if we wanted to go, then we've got like 5 months. What if you took a random chatter and that chatter was me? Listen, I've got an idea. What if you took a random chatter and it was me? Patti LuPone in Lion King. Let me hear this guy. Oh my God, stop! How is he doing this? How is he making those sounds? Wait, that's crazy. Damn, okay. He has a perfect impression and makes a bunch of petty comment. That is fucking wild. Alrighty, let's talk about yeah. Okay, let's talk about Jafar Panahi and Cannes Film Festival. Cannes Film Festival. Okay.
Explosive style and timeless elegance.
Thank you, Mother Theater Kid Sandtop. Yes, indeed. I am going to turn everyone into a theater kid, whether they want to or not. Okay, so we are going to talk about Cannes Film Festival because apparently this Cannes Film Festival was the most political since 1968, according to quite a few people who attended the festival. And I think the moment of Jafar Panahi winning the Palme d'Or for his film A Simple Accident. This is a guy who has been suppressed for decades. He was imprisoned. His films have been frequently banned in Iran. He has been a target of the Iranian authorities. There was a 20-year ban on his filmmaking and travel. He had to smuggle films out of Iran to be able to be screened at festivals like Cannes. So this is between a lot of comments that were made around Donald Trump and fascism, with Gaza, etc., that a lot of people were saying this felt like the most political Cannes Film Festival since 1968, which in 1968, same thing happened with Seed of the Sacred Fig, which you need to watch. Okay, I actually was going to watch it last night, and then I passed out on the couch really early, but I was going to watch it. But in 1968, the festival actually shut down. So here's the thing, okay? One reason why I like to go revisit history, particularly the protests of the 60s, is because the way that motherfuckers are acting today about protests that are happening today, it's like, do we need to go back and compare these protests to what the fuck was happening in the 60s? Oh, if y'all have a problem with these protests now, you would have been shitting yourself with what was happening in the 1960s. They were burning shit down. They were fully shutting massive film festivals down. So some people showing up with some signs you are acting like is the end times, is like, oh my God, it's so, look at how crazy these protesters were. We used to burn shit down. And by we, I wasn't alive, but you know what I mean. Soy motherfucking right. Exactly. It's like these protests, you think that these are disruptive? Are you fucking serious? In 1968, it was the Cannes Film Festival that, it was Cannes. It was Cannes Film Festival because the festival fucking shut down. There was no Cannes Film Festival. This is the protesters being nice and asking politely. Yeah. Exactly. Hearing people be like they knew how to protest peacefully in the 60s, like, fuck off. Yeah, all this, oh, they were peacefully protesting. They were burning shit down.
International movie stars walking the red carpet on the opening night of the Cannes Film Festival. A glamorous parade of familiar faces and some new ones. US actor Leonardo DiCaprio presenting Hollywood legend Robert De Niro with a Lifetime Achievement Award. De Niro using his speech to criticize the US President Donald Trump's policies.
And now he has announced a 100% tariff on films produced outside the US. Let that sink in for a minute. You can't put a price on creativity, but apparently you can put a tariff on it.
Jury President Juliette Binoche paid tribute to Gaza photojournalist Fatma Hassouna. Star of a documentary being screened at Cannes, she was killed with her family in an Israeli airstrike last month.
Fatma should have been with us tonight, but art remains. It is the powerful witness of our lives and dreams.
There's been increasing pressure on the festival to take a stand on the war in Gaza from some in the movie industry. Earlier in the day, nearly 400 actors, directors and other film workers signed an open letter calling for an end to the genocide.
Yeah, and also this is why Israel should be banned from major arts and culture events like Eurovision, because Israel is committing genocide against those against Palestine, but also they are wiping out, like, amongst those who they're genociding, they are killing filmmakers. They are killing artists. They are killing people who have dedicated their lives to art, and they will never have the opportunity. Like, Fatima should have been at Cannes Film Festival. Fatima should have had a chance to have her work. She was like 25 years old. And she will never be able, along with countless other poets and filmmakers and artists of all types, will never be able to make anything ever again. So Israel should not be allowed to send contributions to I know I called Euro, you know what I'm talking about with Eurovision, okay? You know what I mean, like these major events that center around international artists, like representing countries. They purposefully target artists and people who document the genocide. They know
My
what they're
question
doing.
is to you,
Yes.
Madam President Juliette Binoche, why you chose not to sign that letter, and also, do you believe...
One of my family heirlooms is a piece of art created by one of my family that was killed in the Holocaust. When I think of all the people who we have lost in the Gaza Holocaust, all the art that will never be made, my heart nearly stops. It's devastating. It is. It just, you know, all I think of all the children who... It's like those who survive, these are the conditions that they are surviving in. They will forever be permanently marked by the trauma of these everyday horrors. But like how many of these children who had dreams of being scientists, of being doctors, of being filmmakers, of contributing to the world, and they will never get to. And again, those who survive the bombs, the fires, the starvation, the, you know, just everyday brutalities, the mental anguish and the traumatization from this is lifelong. And I hope that those who survive are able to pursue a life that is fulfilling, which is why it's not just calling for a ceasefire, but also a freeing of Palestine. Because if there is no free Palestine, if there's no liberatory movement, then they continue to be caged in a box. They continue to not be allowed to live a free life and pursue their dreams and move about this world freely.
Believe that the movie industry does need to speak out more about the war?
You will maybe understand it a little later.
The open
that was such a
letter
fuck-ass
and documentary
comment.
have thrown a
What do you mean,
spotlight
understand
on
it
Gaza
later?
at the start of the festival. The event's organisers might like to keep politics out of Cannes, but in a turbulent world, it's clearly impossible. The festival did honour Ukraine with a screening of 3 documentaries. A film by Ukrainian director Sergei Loznitsa is also one of 22 films competing for the prestigious Palme d'Or Prize, alongside entries from Iran, Japan and the US. And a treat for Mission Impossible fans, the premiere of the final chapter in the action movie saga, for which Tom Cruise is expected to arrive in town in style. Natasha Butler, Al Jazeera, Cannes.
Okay, so let's watch this video now on Jafar Panahi defies censorship with bold new film at Cannes Film Festival.
heartfelt round of applause at the screening of It Was Just an Accident, a film that seems to echo...
I was talking about this on the podcast, but I'm very curious. So I did this at my job when I worked at Sony because I worked in international production. I had to like pay attention to what was happening at film festivals and track what films were being bought and yada yada. But also now, as someone who covers award season on stream, I always am looking to see what's happening at these major festivals, especially Cannes, because this is where a lot of these films premiere and where they are bought and sold. And the last couple years, there has been a crossover between films that receive high marks and awards at Cannes that then go on to receive a number of Oscar nominations and even wins. And so I'm paying attention to see like which international films are emerging early in the race. He's the fourth director to have earned top awards at Berlin, Venice, and Cannes in his career. Yeah, he is a remarkable human and filmmaker. But the other part of why I'm paying attention to this is because I'm wondering if the overt political tones are going to carry through this award season. You know? Yo, what the fuck? Hold on a second. I know this person got banned. Only Jesus will bring peace in Palestine and Israel. Jesus is dead, motherfucker. They were such content. Israel-Palestine stops when they both wake up and follow Jesus and love one another. John 13:34-35. I don't remember that being in the Bible because I studied the Bible. Remember, I was the Bible Bowl champion. Israel/Palestine stops when they both wake up and follow Jesus and love one another. I don't think John said that. I don't think John 13:34 said that. And then their last message was, I have a film I'm making. I have a role for you as an angry Asian lady who says, you pay now. Are you in? This is so cartoonishly racist. I'm laughing. Oh my God. An angry Asian lady who just says, you pay now. But like, this is the follow-up to them being like, Jesus brings peace. Also, here's the most buffoonishly racist thing I can say to you as a follow-up. Holy shit. You should tell them about Austin 3:16. Oh my God. That's like Breakfast at Tiffany's levels of Asian racism. Yeah. Yeah. Just like taking your fingers and spreading your eyes and doing a heinously racist Chinese accent. Austin Show 3:16. For God so loved the world that he made gays. Man, what a train of thought here. What a train of thought. Jesus. Oh, I love that Christian spirit. Can't get enough. I love Jesus. Also, I'm very racist.
Some of the personal struggles of its director, Jafar Panahi. The filmmaker's long been declared an enemy of Iran's religious authorities. Panahi's been censored, placed under house arrest, banned from making movies, and has even spent time in jail. This time he managed to leave the country to present his new feature, an unflinching portrait of Iranian society and a full-throated attack of the regime that governs it.
میگم دوز این داروی شاید زیاد بوده کارشو ساخته.
Yeah, so keep your eye out for this film. Keep your eye out for his film, A Simple Accident.
چکش کردم الان فقط باید منتظر باشیم.
تا کی باید منتظر باشیم؟
تا وقتی که بهوش بیاد.
چه فرقی میکنه بابا؟ چه بیهوش چه باهوش یارو میخوایم بکنیم تو گور.
Or it was just an accident. This is it's a co-production between Iran, France, and Luxembourg, and I think it is it's semi-autobiographical in that it pulls from a lot of his experiences, and it's a story of it is a story of revenge. It's a story of revenge. And I think it's very brave of Jafar, because rather than being a dissident who left the country that he was criticizing the government of, he stayed, like he just returned there. So he has risked his safety time and time again in order to tell the truth in his art.
نه بابا. قشر خاکستری هم بالاخره زبون وا کرد. اینقدر حرف نزدی ببینی باده داره از کدوم ور میاد بپری تو باد. عیزه به. کسخل جان.
The current president is also more on the liberal side for Iran. Yes, but he has a lot of enemies. Like a lot of political
صدا تو
enemies.
شنیده تو هر گوری باشی 2 دقیقه‌ای پیدات میکنه کون تو پاره میکنه. حالا ببین.
Many at Cannes believe Jafar Panahi could be well placed to take home the Palme d'Or this year. He sat down with France 24 to tell us more.
Jafar Panahi, bonjour.
Jafar Panahi, hello, and thanks for making time for us here at Cannes. It's been 15 years since you were able to attend an international film festival. How does it feel being here at Cannes?
The truth is that the strongest part of this experience was the feeling of finally seeing my own film in a cinema together with an audience. For the last 15 years, I haven't been able to watch my own films in a cinema with an audience, and I haven't been able to see their reactions. So I was able to see how people react to the film, which allows me to understand the strengths and the weaknesses of my work based on how people are reacting to it. I've been excluded from this experience over the last 15 years, so this is the most important thing that has happened to me so far. I really felt like weeping because I realized I wasn't able to test myself in the presence of an audience for all these years. All this time, I think it was something that I required, and, you know, I might have made better films or, who knows, worse films, had that been possible.
In It Was Just an Accident, you tell the story of Vahid, a mechanic. When a man comes to fix his car, he seems to recognize him as the prison guard who tortured him while he was detained, and he thinks about taking revenge. What prompted you to tell this story in particular?
زندان رفته باشین اولین چیزی که واسهتون جلب توجه میکنه وقتی
When you've spent time in a prison, there's one thing you pay attention to. When you're being interrogated and you're blindfolded and sat half a meter away from a wall, and you can only see through a tiny slit, that is just enough to write on a piece of paper. And the interrogator is behind you, speaking. You almost forget all of your other senses and your hearing becomes really precise. And at that moment, all you're thinking is, how old is this person? What do they look like? What sort of education do they have? So when I hear this voice, I start wondering if I know this person or if I don't know this person.
Don't worry, chap. By the time the movie's available for you to watch, you'll forget. You will forget.
This was my own experience, but also the experience of all the other prisoners who were detained with me. I thought that this could be a good beginning for the story in the film. Of course, to start with, we establish the family, and then it's that sound that sparks everything, and from which all the other issues unravel throughout the film. And after we see all the other characters who enter the story, they all refer to the interrogator in a different way. And all of the names they use for him have to do with the way he walked. So that means that the sound of his footsteps left a very definite psychological impression on each of them.
یعنی این صدای پا تو اونا هم شنیده بودن، تو اونا هم تاثیر روانی گذاشته بود.
Among the film's characters, we see a woman who does not cover her hair. That detail makes us think.
Here's an article in Variety. Oh my God, why can I not click out of this? I hate when it has this shit and I can't click out of that. Jeremy Strong's reflecting on his past 11 days as a member of the Cannes Film Festival competitive jury, comparing it to the process of choosing a new pope as depicted in the Oscar-winning film Conclave. I feel immeasurably inspired by what I've seen here, he said during a press conference after the jury awarded Jafar Panahi's It Was Just an Accident with the Palme d'Or. It has been so invigorating and this sort of cumulative tally of the work that I'll carry with me. It's very... this has been a really wonderful experience, a really connected experience with these people. It's like Conclave with champagne. It's really great. Yeah, so I can see this film maintaining momentum through Oscars.
Think of the growing number of women in Iran who...
Have we watched his live reaction? Not yet. Here's his live reaction. Bro, this is the vibe of someone who has been who has like gone through so much in the last 20 years, who has been jailed multiple times, who went on a hunger strike, who has been barred from travel and from filmmaking. Look at him. Feels good, man. He's just like, holy shit.
Simple accident de Jafar.
Holy shit.
Who are choosing to take off their veils following the woman life freedom movement. Is this your way of paying tribute to them?
ببین ما فیلمساز اجتماعی هستیم. هر چی که توی جامعهمون اتفاق میفته بر اساس اون واقعیت‌ها فیلم می‌سازیم.
I'm a social filmmaker, so I make films based on the truth, the reality of what's happening in the society I find myself in.
مثلا تو قبل از اون تمام فیلم‌هایی که ما می‌ساختیم اکثراً توی
I don't add anything that could be a lie, that could be untrue. Up until that movement, in the past, all the films that I had made mostly took place outside the home, in the street, and in public spaces, where it would only be natural for women to be wearing a headscarf because it was one of the laws of our country. And I didn't make films inside the house because in the home, in my family, none of the women in my family wear a headscarf. So how could I tell this lie to have them wearing a headscarf inside the house? Any interior shot would be fake. So that's why I always shot exterior scenes. But then, after the women life freedom movement, everything changed. I remember that I was in prison when the movement took off. I didn't really know what was happening outside. We had heard of some things happening, but we couldn't see them with our own eyes. There were lots of problems in prison, and so I had to leave the prison to go to a doctor, and when I came out and finally looked at the street with my own eyes, I realized that women are going out in the street without a headscarf. Not all of them, but quite a few of them. You'd see everything. You know, women without headscarves, women with headscarves, women wearing the chador, whatever they wanted. And so, of course, when you go back to making films in the street, if you're showing everyone with a headscarf, you're telling a lie. So you can't work in the same way that you worked before.
Over the years, despite the restrictions, the censorship, you've continued to make films about Iranian society. This is once again the case with It Was Just an Accident. It was filmed in secret, and the very existence of this film is something of a miracle. Tell us a bit about the shoot.
The bans that had been placed on me have been lifted, so now I'm able to travel, I'm able to make films. But the truth is that the sort of films I want to make are films for which I need to submit the scripts to the Ministry of Culture and Islamic Guidance if I want to make them, and they would never give me a permit. And of course, by simply asking for a permit, they would discover what film I wanted to make, and it would cause lots of problems. So the way I make films has not changed despite the lifting of the bans, and so once again I had to make this film underground, in secret.
Yeah, he's basically like, look, these bans got lifted, but I have not changed as a filmmaker, so nothing has really changed here.
You've said that you plan to go back to Iran, even though you've just shown a film here that was not authorized by the authorities there. Are you fearful of what could happen when you go back?
Look, I'm not about to come out with an ideological slogan or pretend to be courageous, but the truth is, I didn't do anything great, I didn't do anything momentous. If you imagine being a woman in Iran who goes outside of her home without a headscarf, she gets arrested, she gets fined, she gets insulted or worse, and she's warned that if this happens again, things could get much worse, or she could find herself in prison, or who knows what, you know? What did I do? I just made a film. I didn't do anything as courageous or as dangerous as what that woman is doing. She has taken a much greater risk because no one knows her. When she's arrested, no one hears about it. Whereas once if I am arrested, everyone hears about it. So she is in much greater danger. She's making a much larger sacrifice, and that is much more courageous. I don't even have a tenth of her courage. So do you still think I should not go back? Of course I've got to go back. I must go back and walk by her side and show my solidarity with her.
Congratulations for your courage, Jafar Panahi, and thank you for the films that you make.
Merci. I like what he said about I like what he said about courage, where he's like, look, you may say I'm courageous for making films about things that are happening in my country, in this world, but the true courage are the people who are where I get my source of inspiration for these films. I mean, I do think he is a courageous filmmaker, but I recognize the importance of him recognizing that the true heroes, the ones who we don't want lost in this conversation here are people like Mahsa Amini, who was the woman who died when she was in police custody because she refused the compulsory hijab laws, and they arrested her, and then she died when she was in their custody. And he's like, let's not forget let's not forget who these stories are about because of the courage of these individuals, of these movements to stand up against oppressive regimes. Like, I'm a filmmaker who is telling these stories, but I am not the I am not the woman who is I am not the woman who's walking down the street making a decision that is freely of her own and then facing the consequences for it. Mahsa was also a marginalized individual in Iran because she was also Kurdish. Yeah, so that's where the woman life freedom movement, the protest movement that started in 2022 in Iran, it was triggered by the death of, by Mahsa's death. All right, let's talk about what happened in 1968 and why Cannes Film Festival got shut down. So, as we know, the 60s, a big time for political unrest, for anti-war and anti-capitalist demonstrations and protest movements. And so, at this point in history, there was a lot of unrest, not just in the United States, but in countries like France. So the people who led this revolt that ended up shutting down Cannes were students, largely students and activists who were protesting the very conservative policies of then President Charles de Gaulle. If you've ever been to Paris and you've flown into Charles de Gaulle Airport, well, motherfucker was president of France once upon a time, and he sucked. He sucked. So they were protesting him, and they were also protesting the war in Vietnam. They were protesting American imperialism. So it was wild. It was a very, very wild time. And it ended up shutting down the festival. Don't Google Charles de Gaulle in Algeria.
Cannes couldn't have begun in a more lavish
Keynes.
way. It always does, but in this particular year, Princess Grace was going to be the person overseeing the ceremony, the opening ceremony, and it was going to be with this restoration of Gone with the Wind. A huge tribute to Hollywood and to the glory of the movies as they used to be. It's a huge night because it's a long film and there's fireworks. That turns out to be the very date that the barricades went up in Paris, the Night of the Barricades, as it's called. 8 days later, we have the very famous scene of Godard and Truffaut, flanked by Geraldine Chaplin and Carlos Saura, holding onto the curtain, trying to stop films from being shown.
Yeah, so two of course, the most renowned French filmmakers, Truffaut and Godard, they aligned themselves with the student protesters, and they helped to shut the festival down.
The festival was closed the next day. So what happened in between there? Well, quite a lot happened. 1968, the most special Cannes of all, because it's the year in which no Palme d'Or was given.
Yeah, there's a little trivia for you.
A very different sort of role and different function from anything.
If you're at trivia and they're like, what year in which year was the Palme d'Or not given out? Well, now you know, 1968.
It had before.
Cannes, 1968.
The new wave had its big burst late 58 to 63, let's say. And most people think that it's pretty much died down. The formal experimentation and all the new directors are finished by 63. Then comes the more ideological left, and the new wave has ambitions not only for the form of cinema, but for actually allowing cinema to have a social effect. Truffaut and Godard, they thought that cinema would help push France and maybe the world to the left. All around the world there were new waves, and things were loosening up in Czechoslovakia, Eastern Europe. And then there's the Henri Langlois affair that begins mid-February of 68 when André Malraux, the Minister of Culture, forces him out. So he thought it would be an easy thing to do, but the entire new wave got behind Langlois. They grew up with him, and he's one of the great, magnificent people in the history of cinema. So they said they would never allow their films to be shown at the Cinematheque again, and they called all their friends in the US and Russia and everywhere else, and many, many, many telegrams came in from Orson Welles, from Chaplin, saying that was it. They couldn't imagine what was going on in France. On February 16th, Truffaut wrote a blistering editorial against Melrose. At the end of it, he said, I want everybody that cares about the cinema to meet on February 16th at the Palais de Chaillot, where they had just opened up the new Cinematheque at 6 o'clock. And a lot of people heeded the call and came there. But what greeted them were the police.
Also, this Cannes Film Festival opened up with Gone with the Wind.
And it was quite a standoff. Godard had somehow managed to get through the cordon and joined Truffaut and Bertrand Tavernier. And they were on the steps screaming to the crowd and trying to keep them from dispersing. There was a charge of the police, and the result was that both Truffaut and Godard had slight injuries, as it's always reported. And Tavernier was quite bloodied. And it was a failure in a way.
Like, where are the filmmakers these days fighting back against the police? You know? Where are these great artists who are going up against the
crowd
pigs?
Was dispersed, but it was a moral victory. This was the beginning, the first real bloody incident. That was gonna
Jafar,
then produce,
yes.
May 68.
Like, I'm talking in the U.S., you know? Yeah, you have Hunter Schafer getting arrested at protests. That's the kind of energy I'm talking about. Susan Sarandon getting arrested at protests.
After the Langlois affair, we've got
Like,
several
I
things
want
that
to see
occurred.
Wes Anderson throwing down with a cop. Just Wes Anderson. Come on, it's time. France has shown us up for decades.
First
I
of all, in
fear
April-
Quentin Tarantino might call the IDF on me. He would.
Philippe Garrel wins the Young Cinema Award at Hyères, which is pretty close to Cannes. And receiving that award, he says, I don't think we should care that much about cinema. We should be with the factory workers. And I wish this film could be turned into a cobblestone so I could throw it. You know, he was only 2 weeks early, because that's exactly what would happen.
Tom Cruise, what if you defeated capitalism as a stunt?
There would be some other ones. The students began to occupy the classrooms at Nanterre. There was a university confrontation at the Sorbonne, and that's when things really got going. And it took a couple of days for things to boil over until May 10th, and you had the Night of the Barricades. In a couple of days, things really escalated to violence, and then to the great general strike of May 18th, when everything shut down. The planes, the trains, the metro, the newspapers, all the movie theaters. And that's when the Cannes Film Festival curtain was torn. There was just low level of interest in the movies. And in fact, the selection that year is not particularly exciting. So they were waiting for something to stir the events. And actually, they were waiting for the Milos Forman film Fireman's Ball, and then followed by Peppermint Frappé, which was Carlos Saura's film, which he had just made with Geraldine Chaplin, whom he had gotten together with. Everybody thought it was going to be the usual Cannes on the beach. Monica Vitti even showed off her excitement that Antonioni supposedly had just proposed to her. Sharon Tate and Polanski were arm in arm, but word kept coming down.
This was the year before Tate was murdered by Charles Manson's
Down from Paris,
cult.
that things were different up there. And it was really the film critics, a couple of critics that were calling in and saying, you're not getting the right story. They realized that they were missing the big event of the decade. And Godard even said that we're 8 days behind our brothers in Paris. We should be up there working with them. And that's when Godard and Truffaut said, we should shut this festival down. It's grotesque to have it underway. Peppermint Frappé was supposed to have its critics screening in the morning in a smaller theater, the Jean Cocteau Theater. Truffaut grabbed the mic and said,
Je souhaite que le festival s'arrête. Oui, mais je vous parle solidarité avec les étudiants et les ouvriers, et vous me parlez travelling et gros plans. Vous êtes
and at one point Godard began to scream, I demand that the jury come here. And Polanski said, I've heard.
Man, I don't know. I feel like there's a part of me that kind of feels as if things are artists in general just act in a safer way, with exceptions like Jafar Panahi, who was like in jail for 20 years. But it's like these artists were calling for this festival to be shut down where their own films were premiering, and they did so in solidarity with the protests that were happening. I think you mean successful. Yeah, I mean artists, like, I just can't imagine today. I can't imagine today something like this happening. I can't imagine today, like, the biggest filmmakers and artists calling on and forcing something like the Oscars to get shut down in the name of protesting American imperialism. You know, it's like now you have, I don't want to diminish artists who are very politically active and have certainly suffered repercussions for their statements around Israel. Cinema's become too commercialized. People are scared they'll never work again. Yes, it does. Just it does feel very much so like a business. It is very commercialized. There is almost this kind of lack of danger that seemed to be more around at a different time. Power brokers are replaced entirely by business people. People don't have to work up through the entertainment business anymore. They just exist to serve shareholder value. Yeah. Anyway.
Heard demands like this before. I've lived through Stalinism. And he turned to Milos Forman, who was there, and he said, "We know about this, don't we, Milos?" And Godard says, "Are you for us or against us?" And they got in a screaming match. And by this time, the little theater had filled to overflowing, and they were afraid of something happening, so they moved it to the Grand Palace. And that's when the jury did come and said, "We're quitting." So when the jury members, Monica Vitti and Polanski, retired, they quit, it was a major defeat for the festival. Only 11 of the films of the 26 were actually screened at all because the festival was canceled before the others could be shown. So it was a quieter film event, but a very large political event that I think was dominated by this dramatic scene on May 18th. It's a moment of celebration in which there needs to be, through confrontation, also some inhibitions. So you have to stop things from happening as well as start them. So yeah, I think it's a very interesting situation where the refusal to show a film becomes maybe even the best promotion of the film. The Cannes Film Festival was quite changed by this event. Starting the next year, and in years subsequent, we have the Quinzaine de la Réalisature, and we have a couple of parallel groups of films that are put on by the festival to the side of it to allow new voices, films that would not necessarily make it at the market and maybe not even please the large crowds that come to Cannes for the festival, but that the festival itself decided needed to help advance the cause of cinema altogether. 68 didn't belong only to the French, and they knew it. They were following what was going on at Columbia, at Berkeley, and in other parts of the world. Curiously, it's not so curious, it's actually kind of dramatically, Milos Forman on May 19th was trying to get a ticket to go back to Prague, but decided to go up because he was still trying to get money for his new film to Paris. And when he got up there, he was staying with Lelouch and stayed there for a month and a half working to get funds. Well, the tanks rolled into Prague in August, and he was going to race back to get his family, but he was terrified of going there. Lelouch said, "Don't move," and Lelouch actually flew with his own French passport to Prague, managed to get his family out, and Forman never really went back and he had his career in the US. So the East European group of filmmakers moved west, and Cannes could be considered a turning point for them as well. You can see that everything is turning. The whole history of French cinema is kind of turning toward a new point of political possibility, and cinema is going to be right there to lead it. Films are collective events that you can only see them in groups, and everybody knew this. This is a place where you could actually have discussions and you could begin to foment new possibilities, and cinema gives you the imaginary. It allows you to think of celebrating new collectivities as a collective yourself, so it was a perfect place for things to occur. When everyone returned from Cannes on May 19th, there was a decision made to bring together all sectors of cinema around what's called the Estates General, which is a reference to the 1789 Estates General that started the revolution. Technicians, studio heads, critics, editors of Cahiers, and the film students got together to figure out how they should operate in the future. And there they made a series of resolutions, I think there were 26 of them altogether, about how cinema should operate. There was a ban on censorship, there was going to be new ways in which film distribution could occur.
Yeah, that was a big part of the protest too, is young filmmakers were protesting what they referred to, what was called daddy's cinema. These were films that were studio films. They were dependent upon studios. So they were very much so of like the script, by the script heavy, literary type cinema. And these young filmmakers said that this change in what was being disseminated at the festival, what was getting, what were getting the spots were films that were leaving out, or was then leaving out, independent, avant-garde, experimental type films that were depicting controversial subjects. So that was another thing too, is like looking at the change within the film industry and what was getting the spotlight at Cannes Film Festival, which they didn't like how they didn't like feeling like it was like cinema had sold out. That they had sold out and there was no room for independent voices that were doing things differently.
They wanted filmmakers to be part of the film.
Fast forward to this year, we have Kevin Spacey at the festival. Yeah, crying about how he is the equivalent of Dalton Trumbo.
It permanently changed the way the intellectual field looked in France, at least, and because of that, we all had a very different look.
Why do you have a why do you have sauce in your hand?
Because I got some chicken, very spicy.
Did you get me chicken?
No.
You didn't get me chicken?
You want some chicken?
You already ordered?
No.
Yeah, you did. You already ate it.
No, it's
didn't
coming. I can just add some.
You already ate food.
You want Chick-fil-A?
I just hungry.
Okay, I got you.
I just hungry.
At cinema after '68 at Cannes.
I like Farley. I want chicken. No chicken for me. No chicken for me. No chicken for me. Okay, you guys. Hold on a second. Alrighty. Where am I at? 4. Okay. Did I have anything else that I wanted to make sure I covered today? Tonight won't be just any night. Alrighty. I'm looking through my shit. Oh, I love this man. Hold on a second. We're gonna watch this and then I'll I will get to some gaming. Mandy Patinkin, I love him. I feel like he's just such a sweet soul. Here's his message about...
This isn't about politics. This isn't about who you vote for. This isn't about what your religion is. Or if you're in a religion that has different sectors of religion, Orthodox, Reform, Conservative, whatever it is. It's about humanity.
Yeah.
It's about human beings. It's about children. Please don't forget that. We are...
Oops, sorry. Oops.
Is, or if you're in a religion that has different sectors of religion, Orthodox, Reform, Conservative, whatever it is, it's about humanity. It's about human beings. It's about children. Please don't forget that. We are all members of the same human race. We all must take care of each other, always, but particularly in times of crisis. Please help your fellow human being. For months, we have all been asking for a sustained ceasefire. Gaza's population is on the brink of famine. Every hour counts. Children are starving to death. When famine is declared, lives are already lost.
A friend of mine worked with Mandy Patinkin, said he was the loveliest guy. I've heard a lot of really...
We are trying to avoid further loss of life. The aid so far has been a drop in the ocean. Aid needs to be a deluge. Children are starving to death.
Like,
what?
This should not be hard for every single celebrity to say, right? It's like, especially those who talk about other things. Anyone who has said anything about anything in politics, it's like, this should not be hard to say. You do not need to be a scholar or a historian or a journalist and like get into the nitty gritty, the entire history of from Israel's inception. It's like it boils down to, do you care about your fellow human beings? Do you care about children who are living in the most dire of circumstances? People who are afraid to say this basic fact of life, but then we'll talk about children in other circumstances. Like, it's so telling.
What can we do? First and foremost, find every way imaginable.
It's not complicated. Like, I seriously believe that Miss Rachel, over and over again, showing that she's just a normal human being, but one who knows decency and compassion and kindness. She's not in politics. She is not a political commentator. She has no stake in the game, whatever. She's a human who cares about other humans. And her specialty is in being an educator and an entertainer for kids. And it's like, she is out here posting, like, here is her... I shared this on my Instagram story, but leaders, be so ashamed of your silence. Be so ashamed that you've seen the images and videos that we've seen and they haven't moved you to do the right thing. Be so ashamed that you normally speak out for children and human rights, but won't now because they're Palestinian. Be so ashamed that you don't see children like my friend Rahaf, like you see other children. Be so ashamed of your anti-Palestinian racism. Be so ashamed that your constituents are begging and pleading for you to speak out and you stay silent. Be so ashamed that you put money and power and your career before the lives of precious children of God. Be so ashamed that our religions tell us to give to the poor, feed the hungry, and open our arms to all children. You pretend that they mean only for some children. Celebrities as well. If everyone says something, it won't be controversial anymore. It's never been wrong to say that starving and bombing kids is wrong. Right. It's never been wrong to say that starving and bombing children is objectively an evil thing, that subjecting a population of people to just horror after horror is an inhumane thing. Like, shouldn't be a hot take that killing kids is bad.
To call for a ceasefire. Without a ceasefire, there is no way to proceed. Second, make a donation. Support these humanitarian organizations. Make sure the funding is there the moment the doors open, so that the aid can reach those in need. The IRC, which stands for the International Rescue Committee, has 24 pallets of aid that can save thousands of children's lives. This cannot wait. This is not a debate. This is our job as human beings. Doesn't matter where you're from in the world, who you vote for, what your religious beliefs are. These are human beings.
Mm-hmm.
And in too many cases, children whose lives will be ending while I'm speaking.
Yeah, I mean, like, this really is the easiest message to get behind. Okay? And I know that a lot of people get scared about getting into politics. They're like, I don't know all this stuff. I'm not a political commentator. Like, I don't know everything. You know that this is wrong, because it's always wrong. It is always wrong to subject a population of people to these brutalities. It is always wrong to starve and bomb children. Like, this is not, it is not complicated, and this being, it's the message is very simple. He's not even mentioning armed actions committed. Like, he's not even getting into the specifics of what Israel is doing by, like, what Israel's done for the last 80 years. He is simply talking about what we see right now, which is the starving and bombing of a population that is half comprised of children, those under the age of 18, that there are many, many, many children who are just suffering in an unimaginable way. And, like, of course, no human being should suffer, but, like, our duty, especially our duty to one another, and especially to those who are as vulnerable as children are, is one that we need to be recognizing and remembering. 18 was the average age before 10-7. Yeah. I mean, I was just reading, I was reading a report, I think it was Drop Site News, where it's like 1,200 families. 1,200 families have been wiped out since October 7th. And what was the, hold on a sec. The UNICEF reports that the number of children in Gaza who have been killed or injured now exceeds 50,000. 50,000. That number seems low. No, that is like the entire bloodline wiped out. Do you know what that means? Like, Palestinians have culturally they have big families. So for an entire bloodline to be wiped out, gone, that's everyone. Cousins, grandparents, aunts, uncles, everyone, every single person gone. Sorry, I was looking for this other piece that, God, sometimes I'll go to like Mehdi Hassan or one of these other Twitter accounts, and they retweet a lot or post a lot, which is good because it's a lot of important things. But I'm like trying to. This is why if I don't bookmark stuff, I'm like, I will never find it. I will never find the thing that I was looking for. Oh, Reuters examined the data from the Gaza Health Ministry to look more closely at those who died. It found that more than 1/5 of those killed were children under the age of 12. 20%. 20% of those who have been murdered in Gaza are children under the age of 12. It is a horrifyingly astonishing statistic. That should make you shudder. That should stop you. And it makes my head spin with rage. Yes. It's not only the totality of those who have been killed and who have been injured on top of that, but it's the number who are children under the age of 12. Yeah, I just bookmark now since every day there's another news piece. It's definitely, I know, there's just so much that happens. It is, I think one thing that feels awful is it's not like, I don't know, it's combating the being desensitized, because you see so much death where you have to remind yourself, even when you are like critical of Israel. It's not like you are supporting the actions of Israel, but it's like, because this is the most documented genocide in history, because every single day we are inundated with just more news stories and photographs and footage of the genocide. It's like 9 siblings under the age of 12 killed in an airstrike. The fires that there was that video that went viral of the little girl who was like in the flames, that you have to like remember. You have to remember to not become desensitized to the violence, because it's very easy to, when you just are numb to it, when you're just seeing it nonstop. It's like you have to protect your mental so that you don't go into a dark place and are no good to yourself or to anybody. But at the same time, it's like reminding yourself not to ever view it as normal, because it's happening every moment. The compassion fatigue is real. Your brain does it naturally. Right. So it's a thing that like happens to all of us, no matter how much we care. Like, it's not a matter of not caring about what's happening in Palestine, but it is compassion fatigue. It is this like, you scroll and it's like, oh my God. So that's why I do think it's good to take breaks. I do think it's good to not be, I do think it's good to like not just be endlessly doom scrolling on a place like Twitter, because you will become numb. You will become so fatigued that like you cannot process The story of the doctor whose 9 kids died, and it's unfathomable. I know. And were brought to the hospital broke me. I know. I'm not desensitized. It's like, what I mean by that is it can you can become so dead inside, right? You can become so dead inside. You can experience compassion fatigue, that you're looking at headline after headline, and it's like you're just nothing. Like, you're just numb, and then you'll experience taking a break, right? Like, okay, I'm getting off of Twitter, or I'm going to go do something else. And you come back and then it's like fresh again, I guess. I do think that is a place you don't want to be, where you have become so numb because you're just reading headline after headline after headline. You're just scrolling. You're just seeing the worst comments by the worst people online. Yeah. Like, there is something it's so dystopically fucked up still. Like, even though this has been the norm, the case, where you'll just scroll through a social media platform and someone will be posting like a sexy photo. Here's my OnlyFans, etc. Someone is posting something silly, etc. And then there's just like a video of a headless child, like, just all in the same scroll. Boop. It's like, oh, here's my OnlyFans. Oh, here's an entire family. Here's an entire family that burned to death. Half of them were kids. It's, I think that does something to our brains, where on the one hand, the internet has been a tool for educating people, for like, for young people who are not being propagandized by the mainstream media in a way that their parents were, because of the sources of information that they have, because like they can watch a TikTok from someone in Palestine who's just like them, and they're not watching like Jake Tapper on CNN talk about evil terrorists, etc. But there is also this damage that's done from the feed when, depending on the news that you consume, it's like, oh, here's a thoughty photo, and then the next post is the most horrifying string of words you've ever read. The images today from the aid operation in Gaza, it looked so much like a concentration camp from World War II, were harrowing. If you do not see the parallels between the Holocaust committed by Nazi Germany and the Holocaust being committed by Israel, like, it's all there. And a lot of people have done side by sides to show, to make that comparison. Americans have a specific level of desensitization with the insane level of mass shootings. Yeah. I mean, there's so many goddamn mass shootings in this country. It's like, oh, another one happens. And you're just like, it's crazy to think that when Columbine happened, Columbine rocked this nation. There was a there was an Oscar award-winning documentary made by Michael Moore, Bowling for Columbine. It was just the media nonstop covering it. People just could not. They were in such disbelief. They were in such disbelief that this happened, because this was 1999 and regular mass shootings, particularly at schools, were not a thing yet. And Columbine happened, and it was like this big moment. And it was this big moment where people were just horrified. They could not believe that this had happened. And now it's like, you can't even name the school shootings anymore, right? It's like Columbine became synonymous with a mass shooting. You said Columbine, everyone knew what you're talking about. Now, the sad truth is that you could say a name of a high school or an elementary school where there was a shooting, and unless it's like Sandy Hook or Uvalde, or like some of the ones that have mass, Parkland, most people probably wouldn't even remember. They'd be like, wait, sorry, what was that? And you're like, oh yeah, that was just another mass shooting. I was in high school health class when it happened. My teacher clairvoyantly said, just wait, this is the start. Oh, guns are the #1 cause of death for children in America. Yes, they are. Indeed. Man, the other thing I have to say, and then I'm going to move on to doing a little gaming. Pride Month is coming up. Okay. Pride Month is in 4 days. And I feel like those of us, those who are LGBTQ and those who are allies of the LGBTQ, we have to be extra gay. This has to be extra pride filled, because you know that it is going to be those who are against are going to be extra awful. So it's time to lock in. It is time to lock in like we have never locked in before. 100% more gay, 100% less corporate. Like we're digging deep. We are, all of us, going to be the most gay that we can. Okay? We must. We must. Because we know that these fuckers are going to be even worse. Alrighty? Hold on. Hello, darling. Oh. 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 Wait, what is chicken?
You said you wanted chicken.
I did.
I got you something extra.
What did you get me?
French fries.
French fries? You mean freedom fries?
Still doing that?
Well, we're doing that. We are. All right, you guys. Let me figure out what I'm going to play. What am I going to play? Why can't I open Steam? Okay. Let's see what I got. So we have you know what? This is how men should be. They come in, they give you fries, and then they leave. That's how I should go. Okay, so I have let me see what games I've downloaded recently. I have the Cabin Factory I downloaded. I have... Oh! I have, what else is on my list? Any chance you'll play Metal Gear? Well, it's on my list. I thought it was a game that I could play with someone else. I guess not. I already played Edith Finch. We haven't finished L.A. Noire yet. I could play a chapter of that. Well, fine. What? You just turned down a French fry? Oh my god, you are so bougie. Yeah, I didn't know Metal Gear is single player. I thought it was not single player. What's the gayest game you have? Well, it's not June yet, so we're not doing gay games yet. No, I don't know. I don't know what the gayest game is. Ernest Goes to Hell, thank you for the Prime. Metal Gear's pretty gay, is it? Yeah, it's May, so we're still doing homophobic gaming. We are. I did play Wolf Among Us. It was amazing. It was so good. You guys, what I like, what's the new game everyone's playing? Claire Obscura. I like that I have this whole list of games and I'm like, well, I like this. Nandre love. Does Will like this game? It's a lot to jump into. You will like the story and suffer the gameplay. Will has a love-hate with it, but it's brilliant. Okay. Damn. It sold 3.3 million copies. And how many hours is this game? How long does it take? 30 to 35 hours to just complete the main story. If you want to explore all side content and optional areas, expect to spend closer to 50 to 60 hours. That's a shit fucking ton. Okay. Why don't we just do... Maybe I'll just play, honestly, maybe I'll just play a chapter of L.A. Noire, and I'll start a new game. Let me think what my schedule is this week. Thursday I have to do a morning stream because I'm having a conversation with Kat Tenbarge, who I've had on the stream before. So I gotta get up early in the morning. I forgot L.A. Noire wasn't done. No, I played a lot of it, but then I was kind of like, all right, I should get into some other stuff. But it's also, I mean, I feel like it's a really great game for me because I like to... The chapters makes it a good, like, cap nightcap on stream. Oh. I will bribe for the next game to be Metal Gear. You should ask for bribes more. I should ask for bribes more. You're so right. Okay. It's like reading before bed. Yeah. Farley, I don't know. Oh, he left. He walked away because he said all you have are fries. That's it. He's like, I thought you had chicken. I thought you had chicken, mother. All right, we're so back. We're so back. Okay.